Yeah. Yeah. Boo. 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 Yeah. What's up, baby? Tell me how you get the one up on me. Aye. And I know you ain't playing round. You about to have me down on one knee. Aye. I got that soul. Now she done came and snatched the soul out of me. Aye. She got that gold. She close enough. She opened up.
Back up or
And welcome back yet again, everybody, to the Upsurge Premier League. We're back yet again for the second semifinals of the week between Revival and Supernova. An absolutely massive heavyweight matchup that we personally been looking forward to for quite some time now, and is here finally beholden in front of us. But before we get into all the nitty-gritty here, gentlemen, let me first introduce the guests and, of course, my analyst for the night. That being, for starting off with my main man Beatdown Boulevard right beside me. How you doing, brother?
What's up, Robbie? I'm good. Hyped up for this matchup. Like you said, we're waiting a super long time for it.
Yes, sir. And of course, a brand new day and a brand new guest and a brand new face as well. So welcome to Desperate to give him all your warm welcomes. Secret low-key Scott FBI agent, of course. And of course, head coach of ISU Redbird Esports, Mr. Pater. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm here to maybe scout a bit too much, get some intel, and maybe get their weaknesses at the same point.
Exactly. And
It's a
of course,
little, it's a little too upfront, Peter. You got to be subtle, you
whoa,
know.
whoa,
You got to be
whoa,
like,
whoa,
oh,
I'm
whoa.
already
he's good
here.
at watching good.
My
Oh,
cover's
sorry.
already blown. My cover's already
Oh, okay,
blown.
you're right. You're right. My bad.
Exactly. It's already all over for you. Might as well admit to everything, just every single thing you're doing, right? And that's what matters. Appreciate the honesty, Peter, and I hope you can expect more and more of it as you go throughout the night. So before we get into everything, let me just go ahead and flash up real quick the graphic for what we see in terms of all the matches that are going on. Of course, we saw yesterday how Red Bird Esports took a clean 3-0 up against GMU, their second 3-0 of the playoffs, and going into the finals by next week, which will see them next Friday going up against one of these teams. The other will be falling down to the losers bracket to face GMU in a third place match. So should be a very, very fun time. But Peter, let me just talk to you a little bit about ISU's run so far. You guys have looked absolutely unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't dropped a game in playoffs. Um, I haven't, to be fair, I haven't faced the hard side of the bracket where you see Supernova and Revival, but we've still been clean about it, so it's not too bad.
I mean, clearly so because we're seeing it right now, right? It's a talking about ISU yesterday as well. This was a match about a couple weeks ago from your game against Wildcard, which you guys decided, you know what, we want to make sure that we had the games in time for Buffalo Wild Wings to still be open, so y'all can get your dinner, right? So it's a clean 3-0 across the board. But coming into today, we'll take a back seat on ISU for a little bit and talk about the two teams we have in front of us, that being, of course, Revival and Supernova, right? These two have been the strongest teams in the leagues almost the entire time, going throughout obviously the beginning of UPL. And once these two giants face off, I gotta say I'm very, very excited, especially after talking to both of the coaching staff here, Pete. Now, so let's set up a little bit about what we could see possibly from Revival tonight, because they've been looking a little bit back and forth, especially with the new bot lane.
And that's going to be that's one of the big things that I've been looking at with Revival since they had Lobos and Chukis step in there in the bot lane. Things were definitely shaky at the start, but as time went on, they started to gel with this roster and they started to look really good again. The comms seem to be much cleaner than when they had started out, and I think things are fine there. Revival is a team that really gets by off some really great late game team fighting. And once that roster started to gel, even their new bot lane managed to keep pace with it. But of course, it all kind of starts with Sudsy out in there in the mid lane. Usually, the way they end up generating leads in the early game is because they give Sudsy a good mid lane matchup, and Sudsy has to generate a lead himself, needs mid lane priority, needs to be very commanding in that mid lane, and that's usually what allows their jungler Cyber to be unlocked, to really have that influence on the map that we've seen him have time and time again.
That's one of the main and biggest things for this team so far. And Sudsy playing along for the side of Cyber has been an absolute menace going out of the mid side. And with the way they're able to adapt and overcome as a team, like you mentioned, with the new bot lane coming, it has been really interesting to see how they played more so right on the strong side, top side, right? Looking to possibly put concept on a much stronger pick like the Aatrox, because now with the new bot lane, they can afford to play a much more weak side. The bot doesn't demand as many resources, so the drafts can evolve and change a lot more. So we could see Senna TK, which you've seen them done before, which, by the way, don't. It is just so cancerous. It hurts my heart when teams actively opt into those two choices. And I just think, man, if I was Ace support, like, yo, really, bro? It is not a fun time. But moving on to the side of Supernova here, though, Peter, right? Supernova as well do also have some new elements to play with the new support.
Yeah, they've been missing G Bunny for like 3 or 4 weeks now. He had some wrist injuries and really couldn't be playing. Just not really good for his health. And so they have a new support in, known by the name Strumpus Fan. He's really, really good at Rel. Like, you look at in every game he's played. I think he played in the Stack tournament most recently. When he gets Rel, they win. He's so good at that champion. Um, but they kind of had just really dominant every champion recently. They only dropped one game in the regular season of Upsurge, and that was to GMU. Otherwise, they FF'd a game, and that's it. They did not lose. They're number one seed, basically undisputed, and they deserve to be here.
I mean, you see why too. Supernova definitely, as you look within the overall proving ground scene too, has been a team to absolutely fear. Sometimes, especially as you go through, especially as you look towards like teams that have been pacing them so far, especially within the overall collegiate scene, they've been a top contender. Although they've happened to make it all the way to the top of proving grounds, though they have had some quite significant wins. Not just most recently, they're coming off their loss, going up against Barrage, though. But what they talked to the coach, I found out, man, these guys were prepared and ready going into that game. Their draft was in their sights. So before we get into the nitty-gritty of both these teams, let's talk a little bit more about the main matchup we want to highlight for tonight here, boys. That being the jungle matchup between Maddie and Cyber here, Beatdown.
Yeah, and this is going to be a really big one as well. Of course, we talk about the mid laners and how through their priority they'll unlock these two. But if you look at Maddie and Cyber, they do contribute quite a bit to their team's success. And of course, as we all know, Cyber, their signature champion, Kha'Zix. Pretty sure he's a #1 Kha'Zix player, like just period. And it really, just like in the world statistically, and it shows in the games that he gets to actually pilot the champion. Like it is ridiculous. And of course, Maddie as well is also this carry role there for Supernova. Really good on these farming junglers. See things like Graves, Lilia, Hecarim, whatever the case may be. Maddie really does offer a lot to the squad through picking up some of those early kills when gank opportunities arise, just farming really well and becoming that late game nightmare those carry junglers can be.
And we see it as well, right? Just recently Supernova 2, they were playing in a stack tournament as well, and they did an absolutely phenomenal there. They didn't have to FF to come on down to play in the UPL too. So you can see as right now they've been playing quite hot. And one big thing about their new support as well, Modern 2, who has been playing quite well. Like you mentioned, that Rel pick has been absolutely crucial to the overall success as well. But if he does have some things in his back pocket that we won't reveal as of yet, is what you got to know is I'm sure we'll be drawing a lot more bets to move into. But moving over the side of Supernova here, though, Peter, right? What do you think we expect to see from them tonight in terms of play style?
So basically, the way Supernova likes to function is everything goes back to Strongest. He is the main carry. In times of need, go to Strongest. Late game, go to Strongest. Whenever it is, Strongest can do it. The only problem is that he needs the resources. So Maddie is really good at facilitating him and getting him ahead. But if they don't find a way to do that, they may be in a bit of trouble. Otherwise, it's going to be really important to see what Modern can do on anything off the rail. I don't really think he's going to be getting it tonight unless they have a really specific answer prepared for it. But if he can't provide and get Array ahead and be able to basically avoid some of Chuki's more signature picks, such as the Nico, the Seraphine, the Filio, something that can just become a monster later, they're going to be in a bit of trouble.
And I think Modern, being as good as he is and being that addition might be kind of, what's the word? Maybe relief, be a little bit of a help there to the team because being, especially like in this current meta, support's basically a second jungler. We talked about how Strumpus and Maddie are the big carries. So having Modern there, who's most likely after the first couple of minutes of game play going to be holding Maddie's hand, moving across the map and making plays together, you got to imagine Supernova will be able to try and basically generate leads through that as well.
Yeah, because one big thing you mentioned here, Beatdown, right? Try to generate leads because one big thing for Supernova coming in tonight is talking to the coaching staff. They mentioned they are looking to still be just win lane, win game. That's what they're trying to do, is like to just run over Revival, and they're very, very confident that they're able to do so, especially through the utilization of strong picks, right? Because straight up, talking to Coach Kosa, he said, yo, don't get it twisted here, fam. We're just better than you, and we're just going to win. So remember here, friends, these are his words, not mine. He's saying there's the players, there's a coaching staff that, I'm sorry, crazy legs, Coach Kosa say he's just better. So it's like, just wanted to be noted. I'm simply quoted him, that's an absolutely big point. We will definitely see, but moving on to the side of the Revival here, the Beatdown, right? They themselves have been looking a little bit back and forth, but moving into NSG, they say, especially after this new patch, they're feeling real good.
And that doesn't really surprise me. Again, time with Lobos and Chukis was the big thing. I was reserving judgments on them until the team had more time to gel. Now we've seen them. They look good. They are back to that team fighting, team glory that we've known them for during the Proving Ground circuit, especially during the tier twos. That's when we saw a lot of great performances out of them. And for the most part, they've been keeping pace. And going into NSG next week, like you talked about, I also do like their chances as well. I got to imagine this current patch is favorable to them as well. They are still looking good. Cyber, who not only plays Kha'Zix, can also play a handful of meta junglers as well. He can play the Udyr, he can play the Graves and such. So I'm not too worried about, especially because farming jungling is still a very prevalent playstyle. I'm not too worried about how well he's going to play. The real thing I'm curious about is if anyone's going to bring out that Xin Zhao. I know y'all saw them changes.
No way.
You don't think so?
No, that okay.
Cyber could do it. I could see it.
Yeah, okay. So Xin Zhao, that champion's like he's still Xin Zhao. He obviously has the increased W range. He has the E reset, and if you go basically a CDR build, you can get your W to go in rotation. If you actually have your Q up, you can get it off within 4 times your W in about 4 to 5 seconds. If you're doing a combo correctly, but the problem is, let's say you have Rise, and then you kill them instantly, and you're just a better champion. That's the entire point. If you're looking to spam spells, if you're looking to deal AP damage, look somewhere else. Don't look at Xin Zhao.
No, we'll see. I'm not saying you got to build AP Xin Zhao, but I'm just saying.
Oh, okay.
There's a position for him. I still think AD is better. I still think AD is better.
So I mean, like, if you think that you got to build 80 Zins out, then like you could go ahead and do that, bro. Because look,
maybe I will.
I always mention that I'm the dreamer out here, man. So I'm trying to test you different things. Like, just hear me out here, friends.
I'm listening.
Riftmaker Xin Zhao genuinely sounds like the flex here, bro. Again, all the OnlyFans, consistent AP damage. He's looking quite spicy with the way how strong he looks. Thank you very much, Hyper. To see, look, doesn't that man just scream AP, bro?
I mean, look, I'm not saying AP Xin Zhao is bad per se. He's certainly funny to play, and funny is my favorite kind of League of Legends. Make no mistake, Robbie. It's like similar but not quite playing AP Blitzcrank. It's really funny watching them explode.
But so moving a little bit away, from the ridiculousness of that conversation, bringing it back to the teams tonight. So let's talk a bit more specifically about the picks that we could possibly end up seeing from both these teams. Now, Peter, I'll come to you. Supernova talks about his win lane win game. So what kind of things do you think we expect to see out of them?
So Sudsy has a lot of really great picks, and basically I think the one way that Rival can, or one of the many ways they can win, is find their wins through Sudsy. He has his Echo that he's really known for. He's been popping off on that. He has a lot of other just niche picks. I've seen him just be able to blind Galio. He can basically do a bunch of different things. But the only problem about that is he really needs to get these leads. And if he doesn't, it becomes really hard for Cyber to pop off later. Cyber needs Sudsy to pop off, for him to pop off. They do so well when they're both doing well. But if one's not doing well, it's a bit of a struggle.
Yeah, you're right. And the thing, too, is this applies for Supernova as well. I think there are definitely a handful of contested champs between these two players. But, of course, they definitely have their pocket picks to go through as well. I imagine both of these teams are going to be specifically vying to try and get a good mid lane matchup. Whether it's if you're on blue side trying to grab yourself something like a Tristana so you can at least flex or guarantee yourself a good matchup, as Tristana's just a fantastic champion. Or on your own red side and you save it for that R5 counter pick. The point is, both of these mid laners, Strumpus and Sudsy, they need a good matchup to play through. They need a strong start for either one of these teams to actually go through here.
Yeah, because we look right now, because like another big point that I do want to bring up, which you also raised as well here, Peter, is the point about Cyber, right? Cyber has also been one of the big star players on the side of Revival as well. Now we know a lot for his causes, but that you mentioned before too about how he's experimenting, moving towards many different picks, especially with his new patch coming in. You can really see how it's chopped so far. But right now we see him on his signature pick, right? But speaking of which, I did get a bit of inkling that we might possibly be able to see more of Cyber tonight. like more of Cyber's Cassius tonight. It's which I'm genuinely hoping. I think he almost has like a 90% win rate on that thing, which is
it's something stupid high. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous.
And I don't know why you would keep it up, but I'm assuming Supernova does have a plan into it. So
maybe
I'm genuinely excited because this can go really as any other way. Now moving on side of Supernova here, the beatdown, right? Now they mentioned just win game. What do you expect them to possibly bring out?
You got to imagine there's a lot of strong picks they could go for. Again, Tristana comes to mind as a blindable, usually has really good matchups. Pater, you mentioned Rise earlier. There's a lot of champs that they could look for in that mid lane. If they're trying to win all lanes, that one's a little tougher. I've seen Cavell play all sorts of all different kinds of champions, from things like Camille all the way to Gragas. So if they wanted to put Cavell on the more weak side pick, I would imagine to see him play that Gragas top, because it's still good. And that's absolutely a route they can go towards. If they want a strong matchup, matchup for them, they could win through. There's still Aatrox. There's still Camille, even though she has somewhat fallen out of favor. I still think she's a very good, strong win lane champion that they could play for as well.
Yeah, because one big point I remember we raised before was one big point that I understood before as well too was the Akali and both the Silas too, which would be contested picks for both of these teams are very much in high contention. Because Supernova or Rival, the buffs they just got, so that could be really interesting. And speaking of Cavell too, both Cavell and both Sudsy, that was Assassin's Cavell, especially just played the Akali the other day in the stack tournament. So it's like he does look kind of snazzy, and he got a solo kill top side, so it could be kind of sick here, fam. But moving on from all that here, gentlemen, it is that time with the night again. It is that time where, be it done on exactly what I'm going to say. So, Pater, I always have the luxury to our guests of asking first. Of giving their predictions first. I want to know, and I want your numbers. I want the empirical evidence in front of my face. Who is it going to be in his best of 5, 3, 4, 11, nothing, 19, 11 to 45, 45? Give me your numbers.
So I don't necessarily agree with a lot of the things that Supernova said it before, like win lane, win game. I don't think that fits them really well. I think that's kind of playing into what Revive wants to do, but I do think they are better. I think Supernova wins 3-1.
Okay. All right. Respect. Beat down. I'll let you go next because I know you're to copy my homework anyways, but go on.
Right. So I think Revival are the ones who are probably going to come out on top here. I'm really happy with what I've seen again from Lobos and Chukis. They still team fight really well. Of course, the mid lane matchup is a really important aspect, but all things considered, I'm going to say Revival 3-2. I think this game will go the distance because I do also believe Supernova are good, but I don't think they're quite good enough to take the win.
Respectable decisions across the boards here for both you, gentlemen. And what I think I'll submit so far, I know we're running in my heart. So with that being said, it is going to be Revival 3-1. That's it. I'm putting it on the board. Take it or leave it. We'll see what happens. But let's get it ready to throw it over to Rebel Fox and Travis here, Casper tonight, to take us into these games to see what's good.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome over to UPL. Thank you to the desk, as always, for breaking down all the critical information that makes it to where we're able to call all the action here. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting in for what is going to be an amazing series. My name's Travis E. I am joined here by my co-caster, the hostess with the mostest, Rebel Thoughts. How are you doing here, man?
I am happy that we've finally been reunited after a couple of weeks of departure. We got the wonderful desk segment by all of the fantastic analysts, and also Ravish is on the desk. No matter what your opinion of his is, I'm not going to share mine, but that's the case. But also, most importantly, here, the game tonight is spectacular between these two teams, as they came out as favorites at the beginning of the split. We were like, okay, Revival, Supernova, there are two big proving grounds teams. They've been doing great work into some of the other top ones, being able to take wins and even kind of really high placements in tournaments. And here they are matching up in the semifinals.
Rebel, I couldn't have said it any better myself, man. Let me tell you something real quick. I am over here. I am going to be cracking open a cold one over here, and it's going to be a banger. So filling myself up, getting myself ready. Delicious. I am ready. I am ready to just crack into the action between these two teams. And these have been two teams that have been hyped ever since day one. These are two teams you were talking about. They've been inside of Proving Grounds. They've been fighting against the top of everything. And in the preseason polls, like everybody has been basically voting between these two teams here. So we have to see. This is a matchup that a lot of people would have been like, wow, this is the finals. We're in the semifinals, baby. And this is looking hype.
That it is. I mean, you saw Supernova at the beginning of everything else before even UPL started as this team came together. And I don't think expectations were the highest of all time, given some of the past rosters. But they've really, really come into their own and their ability to actually play around this team. I think Maddie's developed into a superstar in terms of a jungle position. And everybody, especially Strumpus, I think, is having a revival of a year where last year, he didn't have the greatest of performances. But here on Supernova, he's doing really, really good work. And I'm very much appreciating how well he's done. On the opposite side, I was one of the few people that saw Revival coming because I got to cast them in week 2 when they actually made an upset happen in Risen very early on in the season. So I've had my eye on them ever since that moment.
Yeah, you know what? I'm predicting this matchup to be so very close. By the way, I'm gonna put a gamble here right on air. Right, if we get out of game, if we go to a game 5 in between the break, I will shave everything except for the mustache. I will leave just this thick caterpillar of a mustache here for everybody's enjoyment. So ladies and gentlemen, best of 5. We'll have to see it. I believe in it, but is it going to happen? We are going to have to see. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going into pick and ban here, and we got a Caitlyn already taken off the table and Olaf being hovered as well. Lock that ban away.
There's not a ton that's shocking about this, just from what we've seen from these last few weeks from the combination of these teams not wanting Maddie to have any prevalence, and of course Lobos and Chucky stepping into Revival as this really intriguing bot lane where like they finally came in and found some substitutes that are working for them. They're still relatively new to the roster, but given their performance last week, you have to think that these two have acclimated very quickly to what Revival's looking to do.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing exactly what they got. You know, it's going to be a fun little bit here as we do see the Lilia taken off the table as well, a jungler that has been very highly sought after. We'll see what the rest of the answers will be here.
We do. Of course, the Nico ban, because we've seen what Sudsy can do on that champion, and also entirely possible they can move it up to Concept, because I'm sure Concept can pilot something like that. And in typical every single amateur team fashion, the blue side is the one that ends up banning Seraphine because no one wants to first pick it. So they're not willing to give that one over to the red side during R1, R2, and just taking it off the board instead. As Revival, it's Strumpist, which means got to be the Rise. Like, it's just got to be taken off the board. He's too good at the champion. It's obscene just what he can do on that champion. It makes it look like something completely different from what every other person is playing.
Yeah, he looks too dominant on it. Got to take it away. But over here, we do see Akali. A patch has come through. We've seen some changes, and Supernova says they are a fan indeed.
I have not seen a lot of people actually claim that this Akali is this pickable early on into the draft. So Supernova, they must have been prepping this, because this is a relatively short week that we've had until the last patch. And this Akali is very freshly changed, which is a bunch of things that change her laning phase. I've gotten the perspective of a few different angles where like Akali can't really be picked into lane bullies anymore. But obviously Supernova doesn't believe that, because they're willing to take it first overall, leaving things like Rel and Tristana up for the side of Revival to grab on their own.
Yeah, this is a very interesting trade of things going on. We're seeing something brand new kind of coming over here from the side of Supernova, while Revival going for something a little bit more tried and true here. They are hovering a couple different picks, but it all makes sense. You put the Tristana, Galio, these are two picks that we've seen be very stable here in the scene.
We have. And I really like the Galio because, again, you can flex it into bot lane. You can move it down there alongside the likes of the Tristana. It's also pretty good into the Akali if you're going to be putting Akali into the mid lane. And if you put it in that mid lane, it can also roam really well. So there's plenty to do here. You didn't grab jungler, and so you're going to be giving over that priority to Maddie. And you saw Lilia and Olaf taken off the board. So your selection of Udyr or Hecarim, and right now it seems like on 11-5, 11-6, teams have shifted a lot more towards the Hecarim being the priority here. It's just very, very strong. It's very quick at being able to clear the jungle and everything else of the sort. So it's not shocking to see Maddie come to something that he can just run the map with, as that tends to be his bread and butter for Supernova.
Makes perfect sense. While over on Supernova, looking down at their bot side now here, is going to lock in Azaya to pair together with the rest of the comp, so we'll have that peel enabled for themselves. We'll see what the answer from Revival will be, as they do have the last pick of this first rotation of picks here. I don't think we're seeing a soul, but would be fun to see.
Hazel would be fun to see. Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. That would be entertaining to see nonetheless. Concept does go to Volibear when he wants to blind to top lane pretty commonly, although we don't see top laner yet. It's going to get locked anyway, though, so it doesn't really matter. So just preference pick here for the like of Concept. It could also be the response to jungle. It's possible to flex that in. I think Volibear actually got some mild changes this patch that made him more viable in the jungle, which was, it's like the most underrated buff that we saw in the patch, because everyone's talking about, okay, you got Jin Zhao and you got a bunch of nerfs to a bunch of other champions, but this buff to Volibear, I can't remember exactly what it is off the top of my head. I'm pretty sure it has to do with like the amount of damage he does with his E, and then also to like the healing reduction that you go up against monsters. It's actually super good and super healthy for his clear. So there's a lot of good stuff for Volibear in the jungle this patch. I'd be curious if Cyber is willing to flex that one, or if even that's just entirely where they're going to go with it.
Yeah, I would love to see if this is a cyber pick, because I'll be honest with you, Revival, ever since last week, I've been hearing rumblings that they're like, dude, cyber, his champ pool, insane, unlocked here. And, you know, this could be a case of it being unlocked. And Supernova even thinks that is the case here. You do see the Camille being banned away, so they're pitching more champions away from Concept, who has shown himself to be a force to be reckoned with.
What kind of bear likes the internet? A bear.
Apparently I'm contractually obligated not to leave at that point in time. I think my production actually knocked your camera off, so I appreciate them for doing it. Yeah, good job, Hyper, doing a phenomenal job here. Yeah, but but that was honestly, I'll give credit for that one. But we're going into it. Revival did take away the Azir, and now Kha'Zix being taken away, as they do have a little bit of fear here of the flexibility of this Volibear pick and where it could go.
They got to cover their bases, because first thing, you're still looking at a Galio, so if you're going to flex this Volibear into the jungle, the Camille Galio is still remarkable, especially when you've got Tristana who can follow up on dive, and if it's going to end up in that top side, you need to make sure that Cyber doesn't get his hands on the Kha'Zix as a response to the Hecarim, which is not a great matchup for the Hecarim. I know that I've talked about this, I've theory crafted exactly this matchup, and Kha'Zix, especially from Cyber, is something that works very well into specifically that matchup, as now... Man, they are going nuts with these picks right now.
Nobody knows where anybody is going here. And baby, we got a dive comp on our hands here, Rebel, already. Revival, they don't even have to show us what the 5th champion is. They are just going in deep. And, you know, an appropriate response to that seems like it could possibly be just something to deal with the dive, or it could be some engage of their own. I have to see what Supernova crafts. Rel will be the answer.
Yeah, so the Rel is really intriguing, because like the Janna came out and I'm really worried for the Janna, but it is a lot of disengage. That is not something Rel has. So when you're jumping into a team with Volibear and Nocturne and Galio, I'm really terrified for the prospects of Rel's ability to live that to start with. I know you buy quite a bit of time to put damage in. This would be another one. This is something we've actually seen start to begin to pop up, mostly as a response to tanks in the top lane and things of that sort. We don't really know what's going to come into top lane here as for the side of Revival, whether it's going to be Volibear or Nocturne. It's probably one of those two, or they're just going to go crazy and one of these is going to end up in support, or it's going to be like mid lane Sudsy with the Nocturne, and then like Volibear jungle. They haven't even picked top lane yet, which could also be the possibility here.
Ooh, Nami would actually be a very interesting addition to this. Lulu as well. And Enchanter in general throws a nice little wrench into everything, and there you go. So we still technically don't know who's top just yet. But I do want to turn around and say, like, this is a very interesting composition that's been drafted from both sides. A lot of answers sought out between both of these teams here. Both teams have an idea of what they want to draft for themselves. And I am keeping my eyes on what the game plan is going to be. I'm very interested actually in how this Cho'Gath plays into a dive composition with this, especially with that silence and whatnot. That's very troublesome for teams that are looking to coordinate their abilities.
In terms of playing the front to back, I feel like Cho'Gath is exceptionally strong just because the damage scales decently into later game. The ultimate is really good for securing objectives. There's a number of things that make Cho'Gath really good into the likes of dive comp, but there's not a lot of good protection purely for the likes of Xayah, where like she's going to have ultimate, she's going to have Gale Force, you're going to have Flash, you're going to have maybe QSS, you might have some other like tools that access, but you're still going to get built. There's nothing preventing that from happening at any point, and nobody's there to push people off unless you're going to be using like Rel ultimate for disengage or Hecarim ultimate for disengage, which doesn't feel like what those champions want to do. So it suggests maybe that Supernova wants to actually fight into the dive comp the same way that they want to fight in. And if you're looking at that from the side of Supernova, the one thing that I think is the X factor here is this Akali. We haven't seen it on this patch very much, haven't heard too much about it really, and so now it's Supernova's preparation in using this Akali pick to try to get an assassination. Because if you look at Revival's comp, who's doing damage if it's not going to be the likes of the Tristana? If she gets removed from a fight, there's trouble abroad.
And by the way, we do get to see the lock-in of the champions here. So we do have a Nocturne in the top lane and those buffs on the Roller Bear like you were talking about coming through hot. But I love the point you're talking about here, though. Akali, an assassin into this kind of composition to begin with, is already kind of spooky. It's definitely going to be on Strumpus. You're talking about having a resurgence this year, being that strong mechanical player, showing that mechanical prowess. It's even much so here. This is his game to make a statement right off the get-go. And if you're going to, a composition like this, while hard to play, if you pop off here, that's a confidence boost to the entire series if you're able to pop off on a cop.
That it is. And you got some pretty decent AP ratio buffs coming out from the Shuriken flip. I think the W's also been tied to energy, which means the usage of W is way more impactful now than what it was before, where before it was like, am I going to get auto-attacked? Drop Shroud. Do I need energy? Drop Shroud. Now it's like, okay, I will increase my maximum energy and get that energy, but you have to be a lot more careful with what you're doing with what with that usage of the tool. It's a lot like what happened with Urgot, if you remember them shifting the shield from the W to the E, where it's like, if you want to engage, you're going to burn your defensive tool as well, or you just got to use completely defensively. Feels like that was a direction they went here, but a lot of AP ratio and more AP damage now with the Shuriken flip being converted means that against somebody like Dahlia with that magic shield, it's going to be tougher in the laning phase, but those AP ratios come in clutch as you come into the later stages, especially if you can burn some of the disengaged tools, where Rel now suddenly becomes interesting, as if Lulu burns everything into Rel. Now Rel is burnt everything, and now Akali gets into backline free, or vice versa, where if you burn everything on Akali, now Rel gets an engage into the backline against Revival.
All I can think too, man, is there's going to be a point in time in this game, right, where the map is going to go dark, but it's only going to go dark for Supernova. The tower going to not work. There's going to be a bear jumping in there. They're going to find a target. They're going to isolate him. They're going to try and burn him down. They're going to get wild growth. I have to say, Revival's composition is the epitome of a very annoying composition, because right when you think you caught somebody, they are too tanky, they just live too long, and then as soon as you think you got them, boom, they grow in size, their HP is back to normal. There's all sorts of things with Revival that can go on here, and I think this composition is going to be very tricky, because you were talking about the composition in terms of like the damage that they have, what's their output going to be like, and how they're going to perform with this. I personally, as a just a good old-fashioned lover of League of Legends, man, I want to see how Revival moves around with this composition, because this composition can be a doozy if they get it going their way.
For two reasons. The first being, of course, you have semi-globals between the Nocturne and the Galio, and especially when you combine those together, all of a sudden you got 5 members bearing down into your lane, which is really troublesome when you have no ability to come out. But on the opposite foot, also, you think about how much damage this composition can do to a turret, because you've got Volibear's ultimate, and then you've also got the ability for Tristana to throw that thing down. So now, moving Tristana around the map seems like a very legitimate path, especially since Xayah takes a little bit more time to get into the game. Rel is really not going to be in the best of states against this Lulu during the laning phase. That's kind of the epitome of why you pick the likes of the Lulu. And so it feels like really heavily that Revival's plan is to take Tristana and Lulu, move them around the map, and affect everything else, and then use these semi-globals to just cover their movement over and over again. And when you think back to, okay, what was Revival doing well at the beginning of the year when they were finding a lot of success against top-level teams? In my opinion, it was all predicated on their ability to cluster together and play out fights in very remarkable fashion. That's exactly what this composition is designed to do.
100% agree. And, going back to their roots, I do want to kind of touch on the fact that they're going back to their roots, but they still have some components that are fresh that they're adding into it. And I feel like we're seeing from both sides here, where we've seen these new components getting added into the mids. It's been so nice to see here inside of the UPL, because we've been seeing a little bit of a breath of fresh air, just little tiny pieces that get put in, and they can run the machine the same way, but the cogs turn slightly different. And I've been loving to see it from both sides here. I really want to see how both of these teams are going to play out this matchup. But you see one team going back to its roots. You've got other team have players that are having a resurgence of skill and showing themselves saying, hey, listen, I am a top player in my role. Respect that. Respect me. I want to see exactly what happens when these two teams clash against each other. We do have a little bit of a pause here, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, which is why you get to see our beautiful faces for a little bit longer. I know you're blessed, #blessed. But we are going to be getting into the game here very shortly. Just some technical difficulties between the teams that they're trying to fix out. Rebel. The anticipation's got me shuddering over here, man.
I'm really excited. Also, I get to see my first game of Strumpus having his little puppy dog in a Strumpus fan in bot lane. I know it's the first time I've seen it, but he's in at the support role today, which is just funny to me because you think, okay, now Strumpus is like the rock that this team's built around. That's kind of what everything's been happening in terms of like our analyst has pointed out. Strumpus is kind of everything that's been built around the side of Supernova, and now they literally have someone named after him, which is hysterical to me to think about. But coming into this game, wouldn't shock me to see Rel consistently move out of laning phase. Again, you're never getting in on top of Lulu. So what's the point in staying, Travis? What's the point in staying if you just have no ability to do anything in bottom side?
Dude, I'm personally a fan of the idea that he is the Strumpus fan, but he's too shy to see Strumpus, right? He's the chopper from One Piece where he's peeking around the wall the wrong way. So I'm a big fan. He's just he doesn't go anywhere near Strumpus's lane. He's just like, oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to get into your vicinity, my lord. And he just he roams up the top lane. He goes to the jungle, you know.
I wonder if we ever get an iteration of Supernova where you ever play the what is it? It was called like For the King, which is a game mode where you go into bots with like one extra person, and then all of you just follow that person around and do anything that they do, and they say For the King, and you just continue to do whatever this fifth person against these bots do, and usually you get new players who don't know what they're doing, so they just like have no clue what's happening.
Yeah, it honestly was a favorite mode of mine. I have done that. It was great, phenomenal. But we are getting into it, ladies and gentlemen. We got Supernova on the blue side, and we got Revival over on the red side. The gold lead, by the way, just so you know, is wrong. It's getting changed. It's getting updated. Don't worry. Revival is not starting with a handicap in their favor. It's just a slight bug. So no 500 gold is not the start that Revival gets, so most teams wouldn't argue with it.
Good times. And I'm waiting now to see. I've missed Volibear in the jungle. I don't know about you, Mr. Travis, but I was a big proponent of this when it was getting played, and I loved Press the Attack. I felt like this was something that we've been missing for a little bit of time, and I'm happy to see it come back into the meta and how Cyber is actually going to be able to use this. You think also, like I said, Concept actually plays this pretty commonly in the top side, especially when there's something aggressive that like Cavell might actually snag during the course of this series. So you think if this works out for the side of Revival, now you've got this extra dimension of, okay, now Volibear suddenly becomes a flex pick, which is kind of terrifying to think about.
Yeah, some teams will find it pretty unbearable, I would say. As,
yes.
Yeah, we're just these teams are just starting it out. Concept going to spot them out, so they do have vision on where Maddie is starting. I also really like the fact that this Tristana has the exhaust, man. Like as a interesting thing, like Tristana getting in there, looking for that rocket jump, turning into a Goomba stomp is something that will be key. And really are going to be interested to see exactly how they play it. And I'm always a fan of the Enchanters taking more defensive because they need to give everything to their precious AD carries.
And also, just to talk to this like lane also, there's two approaches to Tristana, which is a more poke-oriented approach, which is what you saw right there. As bottom lane, we get a bit of an engage, but I think it's going to taper out, which is where you go Hail of Blades on Tristana to get your bomb stacked as fast as possible. The other approach is Press the Attack, where it's about getting damage after the bomb explodes, after you get it, which usually has to do more so with like all-inning and playing like that, which tends to be the strategy for a lot of really high-level Tristanas, but I personally am just a fan of the guaranteed damage that Hail of Blades brings, especially when you got the Lulu and you don't want to play full up in.
Yeah, and it's one of those things, man. The double Yordle lane, man. It's so annoying, you know. Like who knew? But man, ladies and gentlemen, the gold is going to be broken. Just so you know, they fixed it so it is even now. So we got that fixed for you, so nobody can say it's rigged. But it is going to be working for a wee bit of time. We'll be working on getting that fixed for you, but just know it will be showing at 2.5. These guys playing with the lowest income. No teams earning any gold here today.
Not at all. Yeah, it's just going to be base stats across the board for the remainder.
Base
of the
stats versus base stats.
Who wins that? Do they actually win that on the side? I feel like Revival wins that because I feel like Nocturne and Galio and such. Like,
yeah. I think you might be right.
I feel like that's the case.
Some of these champions need items, to be fair.
Base stat Akali, base stat Akali, 0 AP Akali.
But we do have a TP coming over here into the mid lane. Very interesting to pull the trigger on that. The Cho'Gath just coming in, pulling off a cheeky little rupture there.
They are able to find a little bit there.
Yeah, but hey, Scuttle Take, I guess, is the name of the plan. They're looking to
Competition for it.
This is weird.
There's a lot of people showing up here. It's actually both supports roaming for this as well, where it just feels like Cyber is just going to snag this away. Okay.
Yeah, B5 here.
That it could. Again, Cho'Gath will not be here, but TP is going to be up in just a handful of seconds. The ultimate from Concept gets him here much faster.
Yeah, absolutely. We see the TP coming in from the Akali into the mid lane. It is going to be spotted out, so they have vision on that. Concept actually went back to the bot lane here, and you do see the fight is looking to be started. Cyber is in a tricky spot, is looking to just shield himself on up. He's going to have to jump over the wall and get out of harm's way, as it was a 5v4 there. And it looks like the priority on Herald is going over to Supernova.
Yeah, shove in a bot wave. It looks like maybe the side of Revival aren't fully committed to this. This Concept is still pushing on bottom side. Yeah, I think they're willing to give this one away. What it is that Supernova can get done with this is, I guess, the curiosity. So they're just going to try to pull a couple of plates. And it should be relatively easy. Strumpus is the only one here. In fact, if they actually get a kill, that could be big as well.
Yeah, by the way, Cho'Gath did TP down to the bot lane, so was able to keep the tower from taking too much damage there, not losing too many plates there. So all around, Supernova gets Herald and just loses about 2 or 3 plates as an answer to it. So I think if you're Supernova, you're pretty happy with that trade.
It does force you to have to get better value out of a Rift Herald than what you just like normally would get off the top of just dropping it into one lane. So if you were to drop a top lane right now, you would exactly match the value that was just gotten by Revival, because I think it was 2 plates bot and then almost 2 plates in the mid lane, but it just ended up being 1, and it was shared across multiple members. So ideally what you want to do with this is drop it somewhere where you can either get a full clear kill of a tower just to get all of that gold ramped into one member, or more specifically, again, just getting it onto exclusively one person is the biggest thing that you can do with this. That's a lot more power put into very specific points to play around. As now Maddie, I guess, kind of hovering towards topside. Feels like there's not much of a play to be made here, as it would require Rel going pretty far, and Lulu's, again, pretty strong at making sure that that's not going to come through. So now we wait for where Maddie's actually going to shove this to. Cavell took a back after the TP. I guess she gets another wave or 2 shoved in as this Concept continues to kind of ramp up this advantage he's got in this top lane matchup after that solo kill early.
Yeah, both these teams really filling each other out, right? Like, both of these teams have been trying to just kind of figure out where the weaknesses are. You've seen Concept moving around the map, and you've seen you've seen Supernova back up in response. Well, likewise, Maddie has been moving around the map. Hasn't been able to find any kill participation just yet, but has been moving around the map, and you see Revival moving in kind. So these two definitely making moves, both teams being proactive, and both teams responding to each other very admirably. And really the only major mistake we've seen between these two teams is that skirmish that we saw on the top side.
Yeah, not to mention now, also, if you pay attention to what's happening on the map, Dragon is going to be up soon, and you still have Cavell on bottom side, and no TP at all. If you want to fight this on Revival, you can TP in Concept, or you could just give this away and equalize the Dragon count, and continue Concept, picking up wave after wave, denying wave after wave to the likes of Cavell, and hoping that this Nocturne is going to be enough to help you win the mid game, which, like, when you get onto first, second item, especially when you get like the Stride Breaker and things of that sort, it does become really, really strong. Right there, Rift Herald's getting responded to. This is probably just to help them take river control on bottom side, get a couple of plates in their pocket. But again, look at what is happening with Concept. He's matching this gold very easily, as now TP comes in maybe to look for the fight.
Yeah, they're looking for heroic entrance coming on in. They're going to be slapping around this Cho'Gath. They got the taunt coming in there. The Goomba Stomp to come on in to follow it up and finish it off. 1 kill going over to Revival now, but now it's going to be the Tristana is the target of the Akali. Perfect execution to get Strumpus over the wall onto him. Is going to be able to find the last auto attack, and so far it's going to be a 1-for-1. The HP bars are being depleted. The taunt coming on through. It's going to be a Feather Storm pulling on through, but the blades aren't going to be able to be recalled just yet. Array trying to get a couple more of them, and there's so many low HP bars, but nobody is able to die. A 1-for-1 coming out here, but the Drake coming over to the side of Supernova. TP coming in. Hold on, Revival might not be saying no to this. This is looking like a juicy quad to Sudsy. He is not going to be able to find anybody there, though.
No, and not going to try to walk into this jungle whatsoever either. So just going to be a fight win here from Supernova, combined with a dragon taken in their favor. I was 100% in favor of Revival just handing this dragon over, giving that completely away, and just continuing to push with Concept on the opposite side of the map. But clearly they thought that this was possible. I think it was doable if you don't have Strumpus get into backline and kill off Azog right there, where Lobos, just fractions, literal, like maybe half of a point of attack speed or attack damage would have won that duel up against Strumpus, and unfortunately loses and gives a kill over to the Akali early. Exactly the fear we had of the ability of Strumpus to get into backline and disrupt this team.
Both mid laners finding a kill there inside of that 1-for-1 skirmish is a very interesting thing to take note of too. Both of them filling a little bit of different roles, of course, but we'll be keeping our eyes on that, as that was a team fight that lasted so long, and I feel like these two teams are just so evenly matched inside that last fight, and it just fits the theme of this entire series that's been hyped up throughout the night already.
It has. And with even dragon counts at this point, relatively even gold, no turrets down. I mean, we're in for an elongated game here. I'm going to guess this one's going to go to 35, 40 minutes very easily, unless somebody just starts really, really heavily winning. As if you're taking stock of that, again, as we continue down the line, I feel like, Cho'Gath and Hecarim become fantastic frontline alongside Rel, but the damage is just not as heavily there. You only really have Tristana to rely on when it comes to damage. Up against the Xayah, you're going to be putting out more pure DPS, so it's really up to Strumpus from the side of Supernova to continue. Getting that first assassination, getting those first few items can actually mean quite a bit for these mid-game team fights if you're finding them. I do want to see Revival again start grouping up ahead of time and making the proactive kind of engagements instead of just constantly reacting to whatever it is that Supernova is trying to bring to you around these objectives, be it Rift Herald or be it this dragon, as we've seen twice now during this game.
Yeah, I'm gonna be curious, man. It's gonna be great, and I do want to see how the gold is looking too, right? Because we do see just a 1K difference in favor of Revival here, as they have been able to secure that that one tower for themselves, and you can see across the board. Honestly, it's looking fairly even, except for the top side matchup where Nocturne's been kind of power farming.
Yeah, that's to be expected again, because they put a lot of effort into Concept and making sure that he's going to get away, which is, to me, exactly how Revival wanted to play this mid-game, where, like, you get this Nocturne so far ahead. Now, Array has to be very careful. Strumpus has to be very careful. Even, like, Maddie and Cavell have to be a little careful because they're not the most tanky yet. As now the second Rift Herald could be another point of contention. Everyone on both teams is here again, so we might see the pure 5-on-5 as it's river priority held yet again by Supernova.
And the river priority, and here we go. Paranoia, you gotta not turn in the backline. Deliver the Galio. Huge knock-up happening to everybody. Supernova is going to be fighting on back, though, as they're going to be able to find 2 kills for themselves here. They grabbed the Herald, but at what cost? They had to tribute quite a bit. Beautiful use of the rocket jump to get away, but Chookies is going to find himself getting taken down slowly but surely as Maddie finds that kill. And Supernova, they grab a slew of kills in their favor.
That they do. They're able to get Concept into backline really easily, but again, the damage is not there to be able to take on every single member, and Strumpus is still a very big thorn in the side of Lobos, where he's not able to fire forward or walk forward in any of these fights. The big part of that, though, is Cyber did find a way to snag away this Rift Herald, which slows down the game to some extent, as now towers can be broken somewhere else. Mid tower's been killed off by the side of Supernova for, second tower of the game, and now Revival has a chance potentially to take mid or bottom tower as well, and match that tower count, match that gold once again. So this advantage that was gained, these handful of kills, is probably not going to mean much as long as Revival properly uses this Rift Herald. They can even use it to set up around next dragon, which is only going to be up in a minute or so here, which is why you see right now, immediately Cavell is pushing on bottom side. Mid lane, they drop the Rift Herald just to put some pressure down and probably knock down that mid tower.
Yeah, go ahead and get some money in your pocket. Yeah. You know, you want us to go ahead and slam that down on there for your Tristana, as Tristana looking to rotate around the map, and Revival looking to try and catch a breath. Rocket jump into the arms of a Kunoichi, though, and you're going to find yourself in a world of pain, and that's going to be perfect execution coming out from Strumpus, but it will just be them trading here. So even though Strumpus found the solo, it's going to be him getting taken out. Forces 2 flashes. Strumpus is worth in the chat.
Yeah, that's a little much. Not only finding the kill, surprisingly, even though Chookies is sitting right next to the side of Lobos because there's no exhaust there, they're also going to be able to pull mid tower and also priority of this Dragon Pit. So right now, Supernova, again, this Akali pick has been the really big X factor for this team, being able to pull off these individual plays, which Strumpus is kind of just, they've been leaning on Strumpus to do so much, and you see why. His ability to play this game is just astronomically high in his ability to find in that 1v4 situation a kill and burn multiple flashes and set his team up to pull an additional turret and a dragon off the table as well.
I gotta say, Lobos might not be looking to rocket jump into any place that he doesn't see Akali on the map anymore. That is a Drake that is grabbed, so that's going to be the second Drake going over to Supernova for that Mountain Drake, and it's going to be a nice refreshing course, but I think for Revival got a little bit of a sweat across their brow after that play.
I have seen Revival come back. Here we go.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Well, there you go. They
Revenge.
reversed the roles there. They said, "We got you out this time." Ha, this is how we planned it the first time.
That is exactly what they wanted. Even better is it's a nice little kill onto the likes of Lobos here, who's going to be able to snag that for the Tristana, who hasn't been succeeding too well within this game. And they're right onto the Baron. They have a good amount of damage. Without a Kali, there's no backline threat for Lobos here. So if you're trying to dive, you're now diving all of a sudden into a Galio, into a Lulu with everything up, and into Concept.
Cyber's looking for it. Paranoia being used by Concept. They're looking to try and get something going here, as they are going to have that heroic entrance. Beautiful knockup connecting onto the back line. That's the Xayah getting taken out. Supernova being fully routed. Akali joins the fray, but it's just a little too late. A beautiful rupture to stop Cyber from chasing any further, but this Baron is not long for the world, as Revival pick up a humongous win.
And with no pressure onto the backside of the fight, it is impossible to try to take anything away from this team when it comes to the pure 5-on-5. You see just how lethal Concept, throwing his body in, followed up by Sudsy, is able to set up all of this space to move, Cyber forward, to move Lobos, more importantly, forward, to do all the damage that they need. Kills kind of went sparse throughout the entire team, as it was multiple going over, and the Baron is going to give them their first gold advantage, and probably a lot of pressure on towers as well to set up even better in this mid game. That's the first fight that's just looked fantastic from Revival, and if you notice, Strumpus wasn't there. There's a reason.
Yeah. I also want to point out a small detail of that fight, right? My eyes, they went right into one thing. Array never used Featherstorm in that fight. And Concept actually held on to Paranoia. It looked like he wanted to jump onto Xayah, but he was waiting for that one single moment. While we do see Concept saying, all right, Paranoia's back up. Let's go in, boys. Strumpus has to run away, but I love those small little details in this fight. They are accounting for Array being that single damage threat whenever Strumpus isn't there, and they're really paying attention to that now.
They really wanted a blue ward into the backline just to try to get Nocturne delivered directly on top of Xayah, but it just never worked out. And they like went into the choke point, but it felt like maybe the damage just wasn't there from Array, or the fear potentially from Array was that if you get jumped on after you use Featherstorm, you're just gonna die. And so you keep that one in your back pocket just to make sure you can stay alive for the remainder of the fight if you think you can take it, but they just end up getting shoved out anyway. So it was just a resource that never even got burnt. And I think even Array ended up going down during that process. So he probably should have used it at some point.
Yeah, maybe one time, great equal speed, but now we're seeing that Revival getting a little bit hungry here, looking to try and set up the dive onto Strumpus here, trying to punish him in the side lane, but they do find a tower, as they do have the one-person demolition crew and the Tristana ready to rotate around.
Yeah, and importantly with this Baron buff, now they're really succeeding at this task that I set forth for them, which is to roam around and use this Tristana and this Volibear just to try to help break down towers as fast as possible. As now,
yeah, they're going to look for it. Rupture going to connect onto the Tristana, but you gotta say that Tristana's been doing a fantastic job buffering out these rocket jumps to get away from this Cho'Gath when he is locking in these Qs, which, by the way, Cavell doing a fantastic job in terms of placement.
Absolutely. Cavell's doing some very good work during the course of this game, which is, it's crazy. No one has really broken rank as like this just really kind of, nobody points, you can't point your finger at anyone in this game and just say, okay, that's been like a massive mistake. This game's still really close, being only like 3,500 gold apart. Still Dragon lead for Supernova. They still have the Akali who can get to backline. It was only a handful of picks on the Strumpus topside that's really made that big of a difference. The one big change that we've seen now coming into this mid game is that Lobos was pretty decently behind Array at one point, now completely even on itemization, which means this Tristana starting to look a lot more scary. Once a little bit more itemization comes through, Azog suddenly becomes even a threat for Strumpus to try to dive onto.
Yeah, by the way, build PD. As you can see, second item PD, it's such a good item, especially on Tristana, but it's such a good item on just about all the AD carries. But, Rupture not going to be able to connect there. Not going to be able to start up that fight, as we do see a Drake coming up here in the very near future.
Yeah, right now with topside pushing in, they're actually worried about losing their inhibitor tower. They might just give away this dragon, which I think is 100% acceptable.
Wave.
Yeah,
just look at it. Beautifully
there's another one
set
coming
up.
too. Yeah. It's
Oh my god.
Concept is he's something else, and they haven't put a lot of resources into Concept this game, so they have to move across the map. This is comfortable for me. Again, if you're on the side of Supernova, you're giving over one Mountain Drake for the protection of your map. I know they were itching to try to fight right there because they know if Strumpus gets into the backline that the fight is won almost 100%. There's very little disengage for Tristana, but bide your time. You still got time for the Akali to scale. You still have the ability to find the assassination later. One dragon is not going to make the difference. You still got minimum 10 minutes, or I guess, yeah, minimum 10 minutes before a soul point is ever going to come up for either team, let alone Elder or anything like that. There's plenty more League of Legends to be played right now, and I'm glad that Supernova realizes that and instead just responds to their waves, sets up their map a little bit better.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think the Strompa should have been playing the sashimi skin for Akali, because you're gonna have to be going through a lot of meat, a lot of beef to be able to get through that. But it looks like they're looking to find a way. Ignore the Galio, go for the Lulu. Looking to lay out the damage. Maddie's going to be hit by the taunt, and it's going to be Paranoia coming over here to the top side. They're laying everything into Maddie, and Concept will be going onto a killing spree. Strumpus looking to try and throw a couple of these knives into the fray. Beautiful magnet pull to be able to connect onto 3, but Cyber's going to be able to find a kill onto Cavell. Major tanks have been taken off of the field. Tristana is free hitting, and it is the side of Supernova that has to retreat here as the re-engage looked by Revival, but they are not going to be successful at such. And Supernova lose 2 members off of that possible pick on the Chookies. They're not done just yet. They got the shield onto the Tristana. They're looking to rocket jump forward. They're laying out the damage. Huge bits of damage coming on through. Sudsy's going to go golden. Exhaust is going to be able to connect onto the Tristana, but not enough there. Sharpus is going to be able to find himself into the arms of an AD carry, but this AD carry is firing off with some bombs. Double kill coming through. A triple kill. And that is just going to be this Tristana popping off in Revival, looking to just execute perfectly.
Playing super risky right there was Revival as they pushed the envelope pretty far into the face of Supernova, but they're able to come away with it as, again, there's just so much ability for them to walk forward and allow for low balls just continue autoing. It started with an attempted pick, and I get the idea for Supernova where they're just kind of get some gold back on the opposite side of the map. They think they can pull away a quick kill against Chucky, but a lot of those resources get pulled immediately. You're actually going to see a repeat of this fight. Beautiful. This was risky. Watch Lobos. He just kind of walks into blind vision and jumps in. It is, and if it weren't for the fact that every ultimate was burnt here by Strumpus Array and the like of Strumpus fan, this would have looked a lot different. But having known that they burnt all of those tools is the reason why Lobos is able to just kind of freely fire into this team. And his team does such a good job supporting. Even Concept's flank on the backside of this was massive just to make sure Array really felt a ton of pressure. So this is the big gold generator. And now another fight in the mid lane.
Yeah, I don't know if it's much of a fight. It's just a one-sided beatdown. Zaya goes down, and that is a rampage in favor of Concept, as Concept's at that mode now. It's seek and destroy.
Concept has had some tumultuous laning phases in that he gets solo killed decently often, not only here, but also when he's been improving rounds. But you see the level of talent that he can bring in the right situation. And this Nocturne has been such a decision maker. In that early game, you're putting gold onto him. Now being that Galio delivery system, having some good backline access and some damage, he's a difference maker in this game. Yeah, Lobos is doing most of the damage. Yeah, Sudsy's having a phenomenal performance. A lot of CC. Cyber's rocking the Bully Bear. Chucky's rocking all the defense. But it seems like Concept's role in this game has been massive to make sure that his team is succeeding.
Yeah, they've been rolling in deep, and that is undisputable there, as Strumpus trying to find some pressure in the side lane. Pesky Nocturne shows up and says, you probably have ult again. That's right, your build has a lot of cooldown in it. All right, well, back up, gentleman's handshake. I will just catch this wave.
Yeah, side laning against Concept seems really, really bad right now. If it's not Cavell, who's got a ridiculous amount of armor, it's Strumpus, who has Zonias, and that's your one protective item up against the Nocturne, who's got entire item advantage over top of this Akali. So that's not even to be done. Revival is using this Baron to try to, I guess, siege down mid tower. I think that's their last really remaining objective. And they're throwing Vision into around this dragon that's going to be spawning in about a minute to try to set up for Soul Point, which is, number one, it doubles as a win condition and also as a fight potential to try to get low balls in, and the more control they have around this bottom side, the more guaranteed it is that they're going to be able to snag that one away. So I don't love it. Yeah,
they're just playing around this Nocturne too, man. Like, look at it, Nocturne's just going in here. He's like, the fog of war. It's so nice. You guys have vision here? Not anymore.
What are you to do? There's not much to be done. I haven't even used the ultimate yet. If you pop this ultimate, you immediately become afraid if you're on the side of Supernova. Like
he doesn't even have to go in.
Yeah, he does. He just press the ultimate, and they're like, oh no, where's he going? Where's he going? Where's Sudsy going to end up? Why are there 5 people that are going to be collapsing on me? And it just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Array's
got to have that in the back of his mind, right? He's like, oh man, I have Featherstorm. Do I Featherstorm the second I see the darkness come available? As we are seeing a bit of a pick, the HP bar of this Cho'Gath being absolutely shredded there. And Supernova have to back off, and this Dragon looks forfeit here in favor of Revival. TP will be up for this fight, but no big wards for him to really TP to, so this is just gone.
The most terrifying thing about that situation right there was that Lobos did not put even a single auto attack into Cavell. That was all the damage from everybody else right there. Your one damage source on the side of Revival was not even who almost killed your full tank Cho'Gath, which is a little terrifying to think about. But they're not going to lose anybody. They're just going to lose another Dragon, which was to be expected. The Baron buff, all the vision that they did, all this preparation. It was here for a reason for Revival. Supernova, again, not stepping into a dangerous situation. Instead, just going to wait things out. Probably try to take a fight around this next Dragon or steal that one away. And that's going to be kind of the rock that they end up dying or holding on, so to speak.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Revival looking very good for themselves here. Looking very in favor of themselves, but don't let the lead really fool you too terribly much, because Supernova has found themselves ways to get into the bat side. They found themselves on the bat tempo here. So I'm going to be curious. You were talking about it earlier. Strumpus, get him into the bat side. You get Maddie into the back side. We still have yet to see that, and we haven't really been able to see them get an actual attempt into that just yet here. It is a little bit of a worrying trend.
It is. To me, it just means that they have to have preparation directly in a river, and they have to have Strumpus there ahead of time, because that's what's going to get them the ability to really find one of these deep flanks onto Lobos that's going to take a fair amount more pressure than Revival might be able to match the rest of their champions, especially if you find the right counterattack potential, because there's this moment where Concept jumps in and immediately Sudsy goes in, and at exactly that moment, Strumpus now has exactly a limited timer, but a timer nonetheless, to jump onto Lobos with very little repercussions for those actions in an attempt to assassinate Tristana, or even Chookies for that fact, just to try to remove some of the additional support that Lobos has. And if you're able to do that, then jump into Shroud, now all of a sudden you have 3 members on the side of Revival in the midst of a team, and then you have 1 assassin against an ADC, and typically the assassin's going to do okay there, even despite how powerful that Lobos is right now, where that's also going to be something to worry about, since this this Hexblade, or why can I not remember? Is it Hexblade? Is that what it's called?
Yes, Hexblade, yes.
Okay, yeah. And it builds into
Maw.
I can't, how have I not right? Nobody has built this item for like a season and a half, even though it just got fucking He dropped like 300
It used to
gold
have a shared passive of PD, to be fair, so people were valuing PD over the... PD was a little bit better than Het's Drinker, but it is still the something that we haven't seen in a little bit. So I'll give you a pass on this one, Rebel. I'll give you the pass.
Yeah, this is an item that got really good buffs, though. Again, dropping 300 gold off the cost was huge, and I thought a lot more people would be buying it. And I'm really happy that Lobos is actually opting into this, because this is a defensive item that it keeps your damage high, at least gives you some more AD, gives you some additional ability haste as well. But most importantly, again, that magic shield, that lifeline is going to keep you alive against Strumpus just a little bit longer and give you a handful more autos or an attempt to ultimate where, if that full combo comes through and you don't have that item, costs a little bit more time that Lobos would be inside of a fight. So I like that you're preemptively ready for what Strumpus is going to try to do, because they understand the win condition that Supernova's bringing to these fights.
Yeah, Revival playing this pretty slow and steady, though. It's something to take note of here. They are not wanting to make any mistakes here in Game 1, as they are looking at one mistake could be the vital one, as this Tristana looking to just pump in the damage while the rest of the team shows up. The cavalry has arrived. Paranoia, close your eyes. It's going to be a lot of damage coming on through into the backline, but Cyber and Nocturne have been absolutely shredded. The Strumpus trying to find a kill on the backside. Cyber goes down. Nocturne goes down. Strumpus is still alive over here in the backside, but the winds of war will take their toll. And now it's Revival looking to continue the fight on forward, but TPs are coming in. The Cho'Gath is going to be able to rejoin the fray. The Taunt to come in to try and zone out some of this damage. Maddie taking a huge amount of damage from the Tristana as he's looking to fire on back, lay out the damage that is going to be needed. That Kraken Slayer looking to slay down this mechanical monster of a Cho'Gath as he's going to be expertly dodging out these ruptures. And it is looking like it is just going to be a 2-for-1 in favor of Supernova.
Yeah, trading some more blows back and forth, but no one wants to fully commit to this engagement as Supernova finally finds exactly what they're looking for when it comes to Strumpus gets onto backline, shoves Lobos so far back, it requires everybody to pull back once Concept already committed into this backline, which is, I think, a huge contributor as to why Concept ended up going down, but more importantly, why this fight is actually lost by Revival. Now they're on to Baron, which I think is a bit risky here.
Yeah, you do have the Cho'Gath. You have Maddie coming. Who can outsmite this combo? You may be thinking Strumpus is over here onto the side after TPing in. The Tristana is up front, but has those Lulu shields to pump them on up. Concept is here in the area, but it looks like Revival's going to say, we don't need Baron. We're just going to take the Soul.
Interesting decision here. It's a temporary buff for the Baron, and with all this pressure that's kind of put forward on the map from the side of Supernova, where all their lanes are shoved in very, very far, and you've got a good amount of wave clear and collapse potential from the side of Revival, they're not afraid to make this happen. They're not afraid to just trade Mountain Soul for everything else, because now Mountain Soul combined with the likes of Maw are going to make it very difficult to assassinate Lobos on the backside of the fight, especially when Chucky's is nearby. So this additional defense is something that they prioritize so heavily, they're willing to give up the next few minutes of the game. They got 2.5 minutes to soak through this Baron buff, which arguably probably doesn't do all that much for Supernova in the first place. That's a phenomenal trade in my mind.
Yeah, I'm with you, right? You just made your shell a little bit stronger when it comes down to turtling it out for the side of Supernova Revival. They found themselves pumped up with even more juice, right? They've got that secret sauce here, and they are looking to put it in there and be able to, you know, play in the work that they need to. And this might be a key component to allow this composition that Revival wants all 5 members to go in at the same time to be able to do just that.
That it might. As the Baron buff shoving in, I am really curious if they just decide to pure 5-on-5 with this, because this is this might just be the situation in which it could be thrown, but more likely actually won from Revival, just because they have a really good 5-on-5 composition, especially shoved against their own base. It's really difficult for Strumpus to find an angle into the backline here. I think, in my opinion, you don't want to split up because you get picked off by the likes of Nocturne and Galio, but also if you're playing in the 5-on-5, it has to be much further up in the lane. Otherwise, this runs the risk of never actually getting onto low balls and him just winning the fight outright, which is why Concept isn't even afraid of walking into side lane here, because there's no way a 5-on-5 works that far in.
Yeah, and look at this. Cyber looking to try and chase down Array. The Rupture not going to be able to connect. Taunt not going to be able to hit Array either as the Featherstorm comes on through. But the Bear is relentless on his pursuit. We do see the Paranoia coming in, and Concept is flying in high. He's going to be able to find a kill onto Maddie, while it's going to be Revival picking apart the pieces. Array is left to fight. Concept on his own will be able to outdo him, but the rest of the team collapses. Featherstorm not available, no safety net for yourself as the Tristana is godlike, and Revival are going to be looking to clamp down their fangs and get game 1 in their favor.
30 seconds, they have an entire wave to try to work with here, and the only one remaining is Rel. I have to think that minimum this is going to do crippling damage to the base, as even the Baron isn't going to be able to slow down this push anytime soon. Once again, you try to find something. This time, Strumpus backs, and once he's seen on the wave, they just go for the play immediately because they know there's no response. I think with Tristana, this is just going to be game 1.
Yeah, this is going to be game 1, man. Triss the Destroyer, can you destroy it? Yes, you can. That's going to be Revival picking up the Nexus, and that's going to be game 1 in their favor.
Incredible stuff from Revival in game number 1. They designed this really fun dive composition. They understand the win conditions of Supernova, play around it, and they just win the map. That's all they had to do. That's really clean stuff from Revival, despite a handful of just hiccups here and there, a fight loss here, a solo kill in the top lane. That's about as good as I could ever expect. That's Revival showing up for us in game number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I do have to say, fun is in the eye of the beholder there, as Supernova and
Barrel
Supernova fans with a dive composition. Array was just like, please, I can only use the Feather Storm once every minute here. Please stop it. I need some protection from this. But it was definitely a fantastic game to start it off. Showed exactly how close these two teams are. Rebel, we've got a whole series here in front of us here, and it's looking like it's going to be absolutely a banger like we predicted. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to send it on over to a break here in the next moment here. And when we come back, we are going to throw it over to the desk so they can break down all the juicy action and get us ready for game number 2.
And welcome back to the desk, everybody. That was a fantastic thing we just saw yet again from the side of Revival, though an unexpected one, especially considering how back and forth the early game was here, the Pater. But let's start off right away with that draft, which you mentioned you wanted to nerd out a little bit about.
Yeah, I was not a huge fan of the draft. I'm okay with the Kali first pick. It's flexible, put it top, put it mid. They've shown it in both roles. They can do that. But once Revival starts opting into heavy dive, the Nocturne, the Galio, the Volibear, everything that just wants to go in and dive, it makes no sense to just pick no anti-dive champions besides Zaya. Selecting stuff like Swain, Morgana, whatever anti-dive champs you want would have made a Revival's game a million times harder. And I just don't think Supernova really had any sort of realistic chance coming into game one with that draft.
Yeah, because like basing off of that too, I remember you mentioned too as the games went on, the builds honestly overall here, Peter, which is not up to your standard. You mentioned, well, I wouldn't say standard, but just didn't reflect what Supernova was going into, right?
Yeah, I think there was three really main problems in the builds.
Mhm.
Zaya was the main DPS of that comp. You of course have a Kali that is going to still do some damage, but that's more single target damage and a bit of a burst. And so Zaya, as the main DPS, opted to not go into Kraken
Mhm.
Slayer. Not
Yeah.
going Kraken Slayer is just really not ideal here. She needs to be able to get through the front line of Volibear, of Galio, um, and it just showed in so many of these fights. It was so close, but just not enough damage.
Mhm.
Yeah, because even see it in the clip here too, right? It was so back and forth between these games. Well, like it's so back and forth between the games, but once Revival was able to find their footing in here, beat down, essentially just took the game and ran with it.
Yeah, and it's mostly due to what Pater was talking about. Like at the end of the
Yeah.
day, you have no way to respond to dive. There are just so many champions that even though Zaya likes champions going into her, she likes trying to kite back. There was just too much dive coming onto Array. You have things like the paranoia immediately into a hero's entrance. The fear comes onto Zaya. Most fights, even though they look kind of close, later and later on, Array didn't actually get to move anymore and really participate. That's the big problem when you
Mhm.
don't have as much peel. You need Cavell to frontline. Maddie is playing Ekram. He has to go in here, but the damage is lacking. You can even see the example right here. It's just nothing for this poor ADC to be able to actually do here. Still, though, one thing that's interesting to me is that Supernova still managed to keep it kind of close here and there in the early parts of the game, despite the draft being quite favored for Revival's side.
Mhm.
And I think because we saw Revival take some questionable and sometimes just not ideal fights, especially during the early stages of a game, if these drafts are more even, those are things that could actually lose you games here. So this doesn't
Mhm.
show me that Supernova are exactly out of it just yet. Definitely a
Mhm.
rough first game, but this is a best of 5. And if they can clean up that draft just a little bit more, they would be able to punish these mistakes from Revival if they were to be repeated, of course.
Most
We do.
definitely.
Yeah, go on, Peter. What's up?
Yeah, so most definitely, we kind of even saw that even with this bad draft, these bad builds, that Strumpus in this clip,
Close.
this solo kill, like they're good individually. He's in the middle of a 1v4, kind of, and he's
Mhm.
still finding that solo kill. They have the good looks. I know they're up a bunch of kills at this moment, but the draft is just so not playable. If they
Yeah.
had a closer draft, just something,
Mhm.
they can fight. They can mess
Yeah.
with the rival and they can win.
Yeah, like it was. Some of these fights were close. You telling me how if Array actually went Kraken Slayer, how even some of those skirmishes towards the mid game would have gone their way as well. That's even with the draft that's not as good, like you're saying. So these next couple of games could be looking good for Supernova here. The thing is, it's just like Pater's saying, if you're gonna blind a Kali, that's cool, but you got to be ready to respond and adapt your draft accordingly instead of not.
Most definitely.
It's just it really always go down to do things or don't. Like it's
Yeah.
really black and white about the whole thing, right? And one thing I remember we mentioned it before as well. We're talking we're going a little bit back to the Bills they were saying here. How the teams have been able to adapt, especially with the new patch, has been really reflective, I find, of this game. Going back to the Hackerdon build we see, right? Because you saw the clip before as well. just was not able to put out the damage that was necessary of that jungler to do. Because although he's able to get to the back line, he unfortunately just dies. He has chem tank.
Don't get me started on Tank Hack Rim. That just that last patch, good. Whatever, it does damage. It's fine. It's tanky.
Yeah.
It can engage. It was okay. This patch, they lowered the base damage. The damage is not there anymore. You see Hecarim walking to Tristana at 4 items or 2 items, 3 items, wherever it's at, and Hecarim is just useless. You need to have some sort of damage, or if you're looking for a tanky frontline, pick up something like the Volibear, pick up the Skarner, something like that. There's much better picks.
Yeah, and I like that a lot more too, because you end up having more appeal for your Xayah. Because that was kind of the thing too that I was wondering about. With I see teams sometimes draft champs like the Hecarim and the Xayah together. Your draft needs a more consistent theme too. Like, because at the end of the day, if you are all moving forward, Array is sitting on his own, and A, that's not an ideal way for a Xayah to play. And B, if they have ways to gap close and completely surpass your front line, well, in the battle of chasing front lines, like especially in this game, Revival win that one. There's no way Array could have Gale Force, Flash Heal, Feather Storm. Like, they'll get him.
It's just so free with that. But we do have to remember here, friends, this is not even if Supernova do match the completely, unfortunately, next 2 games don't go that great for them. They're not out of it yet. They still have that last chance qualifier with a 3rd place match. But on the other end, though, as it's looking right now for Supernova, like you mentioned it before, Peter, and Beatdown as well, they're definitely not out of it yet. They still have a lot of good looks. Actually, going back to what we saw just pre-15 minutes, they're still quite strong, especially going back to that win lane, win game type play style, which I expect to see more of from them. But Peter, coming back to you here, if and how the Super will come back into this.
If Supernova wants to come back, there's a couple things that need to happen. First, we got a better draft. Put your players in positions to win. Don't put them in positions where it's just so hard to do anything. It's really up to the coach, or if the players make a lot of decisions in draft, to realize we can't be doing this. We need to do better here. They need to drop the ego of we're going to win lane, win game. Do what you're good at. Put Trumpus on something that scales. Put resources into him, and have him win the game for you. Have Maddie control the game, and you will win.
Peter, are you in agreement, or are you thinking, nah, bro, they got this easy clap, right?
I think Supernova certainly have a way back in the game, but it's as Peter says, we've seen them play more to Strumpus in the mid lane, getting him scaling picks and basically playing team fights through him. Like, we've seen them. We know that they can do that. They just have to play that way. You could use flex picks to give you a better mid lane matchup. That's fine, but probably better in a lot of instances I still think on this patch, even though Akali is pretty good, to be able to just go for more of the controlled mage picks, your Oris, your Syndras, your Azir definitely is a champion Strumpus is quite good at, and even earned a respect ban in the second phase of first game's pick and bans. Those are some things I think they should look more towards getting him back on and just stick to team fight.
Well, with that, we'll see if our predictions are correct. If Supernova comes back into this, or Revival are able to get that 2-0 and look to threaten Supernova's chances to go to the finals, we'll toss it over to our casters, Travesty and Rebel Fox, to take us to game number 2. Take it away, gentlemen.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Des, for getting us ready as we are going into game number 2 in this big, massive best of 5 here. We did get to see Revival pick up game 1 there. I am joined here with my boy, the ever so lovable Rebel Fox. Rebel, you ready to get into yet another banger of a game?
I'm only ready to get into bangers of games, man. In fact, actually, we're committing very heavily by drinking caffeine this late. I'm going to give this to everybody.
Ooh, that was crisp. I felt it, honestly.
Yeah, we're getting more of those as the series continues. If we go to 5 games, we got not only more cracked cans and we got shaving to go on, but the League of Legends is just going to continue to improve. That was an immaculate first game. I think that Supernova even had some really good moments within it. And now it's up to, okay, how do they change for next game? Is it a strategic advantage? I think that is absolutely that.
I 100% agree. I felt like that game was anybody's game right up to the point where we saw that Baron Mountain Soul handshake where it was just like, yeah, this is a totally equal trade. Yeah, don't look at the stats that we just got. Don't look at the fact we just got Soul. Yeah, just completely equal. Nothing to see here. But it did feel like it was any person's game. And, you know, if all the games are going to be like this, man, no, I feel bad for anybody who's tried to really, that has any bets that are running on the game series on a certain score or anything like that. Because it's hard to be able to actually tell who's going to be able to come out on top, especially if you have that one game to choose from.
100%. As we see side swaps and such as well, I think that starts to change like what meta comes through from both sides and whose ability to actually play. As it turns out, they actually stayed on the same side. So both teams wanting their ability to adapt to whatever side that they're actually choosing. So Supernova, I think it could be some more interesting here. B1 Akali was a stretch for me in the first game. I don't think it necessarily was really terrible, but like, don't do it again. Please.
Yeah, I mean, game one's the game to fill out, right? What's happening, and they did get to see, Revival, they got an answer. They say, oh, there's an Akali. All right, we're gonna lock in Gallia. We're gonna lock in Volibear. We're gonna lock in Nocturne. We're gonna lock in Tristana Lulu. Who are you assassinating? It doesn't matter. We're going in. All 5 members looking to just be as coordinated as possible. So I think, Supernova, all right, you felt out what Revival might do as a response to that. Now let's see what Supernova has as another thing now that they've felt out what that draft will look in that. As we do have a confirmation, Julian is coming in for this one here. So we're going to have Julian in the support role instead. It just legitimately happened. So that's going to be an interesting dynamic.
So I don't know much about Modern, and I don't know much about AO Strumpus Fan, which is the same player. Of course, we're talking about the support from the previous game for Supernova. What I can speak to is Julian's leadership and his ability to shot call is something that's extremely valuable. And I think if anything was missing in that previous game from the side of what can be improved in terms of team aspects, how many times did we see a fight setup that didn't quite get capitalized on really well by Supernova? It was around Rift Heralds, it was around Dragons, it was eventually the Baron that got split for Mountain Soul, things of that sort, where you probably have to pull off Baron and go fight for Mountain Soul. Otherwise, you just lose the game eventually because you have no way to assassinate. I feel like somebody like Julian is going to be able to help make those decisions. That's why he was brought on the team in the first place. And I have to imagine that's why they're bringing him in, is they want that voice of reason to assist the rest of their squad. And I'm excited to see what his kind of impact is now.
Yeah, me too, man. Like, shot calling, a lot of people talk about it, and some people are like, man, you just brought in another player. It's a different voice. It's all it is. It's nothing like that. Somebody who has the experience to actually get stuff going is actually a very big thing. And that's kind of like what you're talking about. Supernova kind of having that extra voice will be nice. And a lot of people talk about that as like the X factor. It's the variable that is hidden amongst players. It's what makes every single player different. There's always these little gems inside these players. So I'm excited to see what Julian will be able to bring to the table for Supernova, and if maybe it might be able to clean up some and make some of these fights a little bit more in their favor. As ladies and gentlemen, we understand you might be like, man, okay, Rebel, Travi, they looking good today. They looking fresh. They look good, All right, I get you guys. It's cool. We are going to be getting into draft here though shortly, so it will be. We're just getting the teams all in order, getting everything stretched around, and making sure that everybody's good to go. As we, like I said, we did have that substitute happen just out of the blink of an eye. So.
Something I am going to point out that now immediately changes the landscape of our pick band to start with. So Julian doesn't play much Rel, right? And Chucky's also doesn't play much Rel. We might just not get much Rel this game. We might now shift into more of like Thresh meta, which has been kind of the alternative. So there's like Rel Alistar, and then there's like Thresh X, whatever you want to play into the likes of the Thresh alongside the ADC, where Thresh is to me like the gold standard, but then like Rel and Alistar are amazing for comp, and there's amazing things that you can do in terms of like engage. So if you want somebody frontline, want somebody that can make plays happen, you go for Alistar Rel, which is a lot more common to see. But again, these are Thresh players, these are Enchanter players, these are Seraphine players, these are people that that pool of champions is going to be a lot more impactful. The Alistar can still come out. The Rel probably doesn't get as prioritized, but we're likely to see a very different support shift here as we get into game number 2.
And I love the fact you bring up that idol's name, because Supernova banned Seraphine on blue side last time around. Now they've got somebody who is looking to pull the trigger possibly on some Seraphine. So we could possibly see that be an option. So keep our eyes on Supernova, see how their bands may adapt and change. As like we said before, both teams have opted to stay on their sides here. So we'll see what strategies they've both been able to create as both teams had stuff to work on.
So I believe the way side selection works also is that Supernova had first game selection, blue, which means Revival just gets red for game 2. So after this, oh, okay. Apparently Supernova chose blue for game number 2. All right, so they're just willing to make the adaptation happen. So nothing crazy to come out. This is exactly what we saw as well, where the Caitlyn and the Olaf are going to get banned. I don't imagine much surprise, except like you said, the Seraphine potentially needing to shift onto Revival's ban list instead of Supernova's.
Yeah, it could be the possible adaptation, trying to throw a wrench in their plans. Revival saying, hey, we'll just continue banning out Maddie. It's fine. Get rid of Olaf. Maybe we'll probably see the Lilia come through as another ban yet again. But you see Supernova's showing a little bit of respect here. They might just ban this one away as they're hovering that Galio ban. Banned away.
Nice. Okay. Again, following suit with Revival in the previous game, Sudsy played a very main Galio. It's one of the few champions that, like, I feel like Sudsy's got this massive champion pool, and then Galio stands out as, like, okay, if you need really good control and very good accessibility in teamfights, that's the perfect champion. As a colleague gets banned, it might be that Revival just simply does not want to have to worry about that getting flexed around, or even Stromp is just picking that because they're not prepared into it yet, especially now that Galio's off the board. They might just not have a blind response.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely correct on that. And if Seraphine gets banned here yet again, will be very interesting to see blue side banning it out 2 games in a row. But here we are, Supernova definitely say they have their first pick priority on something else.
I would have thought what was about to happen here. Okay, so I don't know why Cinder's getting banned out. I would have thought this would be
I think
Lilia.
you're getting trolled by production or something.
That's probably what it is, to be quite honest. So I would expect this to be Lilia because my expectation for Revival here was that they don't ban out anything else. And then if Supernova doesn't ban Seraphine, you have to ban it on Revival side, and then you trade for Lilia. But because Ryze gets banned, because they don't want Strumpus to prioritize that for the early phases, it suggests Revival's going to go for something in the mid lane, but also Lilia is available for Maddie to snag here as B1. And that's a more than respectable B1.
Yeah, more than respectable, but what Supernova decides they want? No, the Tristana is looking like it will be the answer. And I'm a big fan of this from Supernova if they lock it in, and there it is.
Never had a problem with Tristana B1. I think it's a fantastic champion. If you can put it in mid lane too, that's when it really gets to that B1 level of just like prioritization. Especially if you can put it in top lane too, then it goes crazy with terms of priority. Because now you're looking at a Seraphine flexibility in terms of a champion that's just the top of the pool right now, which is obscene. But on the opposite side, okay, this would be a bit intriguing to see the Vayne because we're hovering Xayah, which is the defensive pick.
Yeah, and Lucian getting locked in, so trying to threaten here. Lucian has been seeing a lot more playtime in solo lane here as of late, but could still be possibly that bot lane trying to threaten this Tristana possibly here.
I wonder also whether or not the Black Cleaver changes make any impact to Lucian, because you lose Armor Shred, but you also gain a bunch more movement speed. So the mobility of Lucian just goes through the roof when you build this Black Cleaver, which to me is a lot more valuable for topside when you've got a lot more space to work with and chasing potential. The problem is it's really difficult to go Black Cleaver, Blade of the Ruined King, but Kraken Slayer fills that void into tanks most of the time. So I feel like that's still a possibility, even though I don't really expect it this early or expect it at all, because Black Cleaver is not necessarily where it was before. But again, Cyber going back to the Bear as the potential response, may be willing to put it into topside again if Concept wants to take it. This pick again, because Cyber succeeded on it, now they get the ability to flex it.
Yeah, absolutely. And you do see the Udyr coming back here. Maddie is going to be jumping onto that. Hakron was available, but Maddie said, you know what? I'm going to go for speed, but I'm going to go for a different kind of speed. Now, Supernova, what do you lock in to go beside of it? And you said it yourself here, Thresh. Could look kind of juicy, but we are still on that hover. Locked it in.
I think really good with pretty much any ADC you want to go with. If you're not going for pure engage with Rel, and you're not going for disengage or engage with Alistar or something like that, I think Thresh is just arguably the best support in the game right now, just because of how much safety you allow, especially like Kai'Sa and Tristana, who like to jump in and be really aggressive to come out with. And right here, the flex pick. We get Cyber's Kha'Zix, exactly as game planned, because they decide to go to the likes of Udyr. Not a perfect matchup, I don't think, for Kha'Zix, because Udyr is really strong, but after a number of the nerfs that Udyr has sustained, it's still Cyber's Kha'Zix you're staring across from.
Yeah, looking to adapt into this series here, and we do get to see this Volibear coming into the more than likely going to be in the top lane, right? I don't really shift them into
Mid
other roles, but mid lane, I was thinking. I was thinking support, man. Let me get the Callista locked in. You take it with the Volibear.
AP
Ultimate dive.
If anyone does AP volley mid, it's Sudsy. That's the thing. It's like, if anyone's going to, it's Sudsy. It's not going to happen, unfortunately. It's going top for top.
Unfortunately, yes.
So then you're banning out champions. The craziest thing is usually when you blind a top laner, you're banning out things like Camille. You're banning out things like a good one's Renekton most of the time. This is actually a good pick into most of those. So, like, you're actually banning out things that stall lane. I think Cho'Gath could be a ban here, just to make sure Cavell doesn't also get that, because I don't think it's bad into the likes of Volibear, even though Volibear can run it down in the laning phase. I don't want to see them get rid of that, because, again, anything that stalls the lane is going to be your big kind of proponent. Scion is the other thing to look into that as well.
Yeah. Now we are seeing the rest of the bans coming through here. See what Revival says they want to. Get rid of the Gnar. Makes perfect sense, right? You don't want to have to deal with that as Volibear. So, makes perfect amount of sense. And Supernova, last band to come on through here, they're going to probably look to try and get rid of something else that you don't want to deal with as this Thresh.
Yeah, or another bot laner potentially. We still don't really know where Lucian's going. Ideally, you don't put it in the bot lane, just because I don't think it's as strong in the bot lane as it is pretty much anywhere else. You could still put Braum into the support role if you really wanted to. It's not great into Thresh, but it is at least an interesting option with the Lucian on the board to potentially give away information or to suggest that it's going to be Lucian Braum into the bottom lane. Again, safe blinds taken off away from the Volibear, making sure there's nothing that you can put up there that's going to be safe and affect the map in the Gnar and then also in the Shen. And on the opposite side, you get to bottom lane ban out the Morgana, the standard counterpick into the Thresh. This is a really heavy skill matchup that does usually favor Morgana, especially when you hit those black shields properly.
And I do love this too, because it does force Supernova to show their hand, right? Where is this Tristana going to? Where are you looking to put it? It allows them to kind of have that decision making with the Lucian Callista locked in. Here we go. We got a very strong bot lane coming out inside of Supernova.
And now the question is do we get Ashe on the side of Revival? Because I don't know if Lobos goes for it, but I know that's been the standard counter pick. So you'd be looking across from like an Ashe into Callista and a Morgana into Thresh, and if you look at that, you're like, wow, that is a painful thing to deal with because of the counter action. As now it's going to be the Gragas that's going to be locked in, as we now see likely Tristana heading into the mid lane up against whatever opposition that Sudsy really likes into this. It's hard to find a pick that's really good into it. I think other ADCs are okay, so Lucian might be the play. You talked about this before the game started, though. Cassiopeia is going to be the snack here. Those Ludens buffs looking real good right now.
I was talking about it, beforehand, but I thought it was going to be Strumpus that was going to grab it, man. I was like, oh, man, Strumpus. You were talking about Rise being his signature. Is real quick for the Cassio there, but a Cassio over on the side over a Revival here is, that's a very, very nice pickup to see them be able to grab here. And, man, that Luden's, like you talked about, is so disgusting.
Okay. I'm just trying to iron out the fact that this is going to come through. I'm curious about what else happens here, because we still have the ADC discussion to talk about here, where it's like it could be the Cassiopeia into bottom lane, just as a denial for the Callista jumps to come through. You could still have Lucian into a solo lane again. That's not bad, into the Tristana. You still have a lot of flexibility here. I think Sudsy is arguably your best Cassiopeia player, just making sure Revival has that. But anything else is just pure theory at this point. So I'm just waiting to see where these positions get locked into, because I think Cassiopeia is good into a number of these champions. Any of them with dashes, which is 3 of them right now, you're perfectly fine taking Cassiopeia into.
Yeah, absolutely. And I actually really like the response of Cassio into Tristana as well, since we do see that Tristana is going to be inside that mid lane. I like that as a response, right? You tag her one time with the poison and you just follow up with bang at the bang at the bang at the bang. It is a miserable time, actually, and you can't really rocket jump in there when there is a miasma keeping your feet down to the ground.
No, you cannot. And that's going to hurt Strumpus to some extent. And more importantly, it also gives you this really good consistent damage from Sudsy that, like, Lucian doesn't fit the perfect mold of just a pure late game ADC, at least not anymore. There was a time and a place for, like, the really powerful late game Lucian to come in, but that doesn't really exist. Now it's a little bit more early oriented, even with Kraken Slayer and stuff. You just get out DPS by the likes of Tristana, but Cassiopeia can match that now, especially on full 6 items when you have Ludens popping and everything else to come through. That's a really big decision. How fast are these teams picking up this stuff, man? You think Supernova came out in game 1 with Akali at B1, and then this game bringing out immediately to Cassiopeia only a few days after patch time where that loot exchange came through. These teams, they're on it right now. We heard there's going to be some spice. Our desk has alluded to it a number of times as well, and they're delivering for us right now.
Yeah, there's some spice and everything nice, honestly, inside these games, as we have been getting a feast for our eyes with these games here. We've been seeing some old, some new, getting flexed on around there as oh man, this is going to be a big game. I do want to go ahead and talk about the fact that we do have this Kha'Zix, because I feel like that's something that we got to talk about when it first got locked in. But the Kha'Zix, now we get to see the mold that it is fitting inside of here. Different look for Cyber this time around, not playing the Volibear. And this is a signature pick for him. So I feel like we do have to keep our eyes on this, as this draft really was kind of made to give him the option to be able to pick up this Kha'Zix in round 1.
And you think about other possibilities for what this Kha'Zix can do around the map. Cavell, if he goes AP, which right now, I mean, your options are go AP or go tank, and then you have no AP, so you're just really relying on the AD from Callista and from the likes of the Tristana that come through. If you go AP, Kha'Zix can burst you out. Kha'Zix can burst out mid lane in the Tristana, and Kha'Zix can burst out Callista.
Yes.
3 targets. Like, that's huge.
Gragas AP actually is so disgustingly strong with like burst too, and like the itemization you can actually go favors Gragas pretty hard right now, right? Like you have what the Night Harvester that you build that people are going for, where they're just popping people with the barrels themselves. I mean, Gragas has a lot of flexibility itemization wise, and I love the fact you bring it up. He is the sole source of magic damage on his team. Well, I mean, of course, unless you want to go full in on the Phoenix stance, you know, the days of old with the Luden's Echo, Udyr, you know, pop off in the fights. Yeah, Rocket Belt in there, Lichbane, Nashor's Tooth. Let's go. But I don't know if we're going to see those exact gates be opened up today.
I highly doubt it. Yeah. If anything, it's going to be the AP Gragas, which does run you into the risk that you have 3 relatively squishy lanes to attack if you're the likes of the Kha'Zix, and decent CC in every single lane as well, where you've got like Miasma for Cassiopeia alongside Ultimate makes it difficult for Tristana to respond. Top lane, you've got a good amount from Volibear in terms of soft CC with the E and the Q also stunning, and the Ultimate for even diving ability against the likes of the outside. I'm really excited to see what the Kha'Zix can do. If you don't build into that AP, you do run that risk, and now you're going really heavily into Strumpus, which is what our desk has alluded to, where you've got really good engage with the likes of Callista. You end up scaling pretty well alongside everything else to get this Tristana really well into the game, and the Gragas acts as more of a buffer, just making sure that Kha'Zix and anybody else can't really do much pushing out people away.
Yeah, and ladies and gentlemen, we will be going into the game here very, very shortly. There was a pause currently going on because of some tech issues between the two teams. So nothing too terribly insane at this current moment in time. We'll be getting underway here in the very, very near future. Just more time for you guys to be able to soak in what is me and Rebel, of course. And producer's kicking us off air. He's kicking us off the screen. We're going into the game. The pause is over, and Supernova versus Revival. Game number 2 of this best of 5 starts right now.
Exciting stuff. Ready to see. We got a number of changes. Again, we have new compositional differences where we've got Tristana now for the side of Supernova, and they've got, of course, Julian stepping into the bottom lane with this Thresh Callista combination. Not the most, again, carry-oriented bot lane, but it's really good for snap engages. And again, when we talk about decisiveness, we talk about what Julian's going to bring, it's probably something along those lines. So it makes sense when you're combined with Array that that's what they're going to be going for to try to get Strumpus ahead. And Cavell also, Doran's Ring, and you also talk about the phase rush coming through. It's typically indicative that it's not going to be tank. It's going to be AP instead. If you're going tank, usually you go grasp or something. It's not impossible to build into tank here if you're Cavell, but it does typically kind of suggest that AP is going to be the path, which again, we talk about what Cyber can do.
Yeah, they could be. And you do see the Conqueror coming out from the Kha'Zix as well, looking for some of these more longer trades to come on out as minion waves are going to be meeting up. Standard start. Both teams looking to just play pretty standard. Neither team has a advantage in particular. They are looking to stress on out as Rebel did take a little bit of damage there. I'm guessing he did take a auto from concept when we weren't looking. Just a cheeky little bit of damage.
Just a tiny bit. So we're not going to see it too crazy. Just a wee bit, just a little baby
just
bit.
just a little, just dip your feet in, you know.
Dip your feet in, just a toe in the water. That's about it.
Just wait around for a little bit. I listen. I'm honestly just really excited to see how fast the fat man can go here. One of the champions that has the best jiggle physics, let me just say, with the tummy,
100%.
it is just absolutely phenomenal. Seeing the cast, see what he'll be able to do, if he'll be able to put anybody in a cask or find himself in that situation himself. This Concept does have the level advantage. I feel like we also have to keep our eyes on that matchup in the top, because Concept got the power far pretty hard. Oh, Julian going aggressive, beautiful coordination, first blood coming out, and that's what Julian brings, ladies and gentlemen.
Is this considered a counter matchup for the Morgana? And you don't really see why right here. And that's because level 2 gets hit first, and immediately it's going to be the play in here from the side of Julian, where he knows maybe the Morgana didn't go into Black Shield to start things off. If you went Q or you go W and you cast one of those two abilities, Thresh is all in here is phenomenal. Even better, the Flay wasn't needed, or my apologies, the Q wasn't needed. The Death Sentence was needed for Chuckies alone, and so there's no counterplay. It's just a flash Flay directly into your team. Slow's going to be burnt, Flash is going to be burnt, Ignite was burnt, and First Blood come over to the side of Supernova, already looking a lot better in this bottom side.
Absolutely looking pretty fresh for themselves. Stromp is taking a little bit of a trade over here in the mid lane, and these junglers are on opposite sides of the map, so we won't see them clashing anytime in the near future. But look at this, Julian's rotating over here to the top side here, as we do have a replay.
That we do.
What happened?
Yeah, take a look. This wave is very pushed in. Okay.
Yeah, we're going on back here as Cyber is getting jumped onto. The Thunder is going to be called on down. Lightning strikes, and Cyber will be able to survive because of it. Now we see Julian coming in. Death Sentence is there, and Concept gets taken out for trying to keep Cyber alive. And they even got Scuttle off of that, man. They took Scuttle, and this is a completely new Supernova coming in here.
Yeah, we actually we have a fight potentially brewing with teleport into the top side.
Yeah, potentially here. Have to see if it will come on through here, as see exactly what the action may behold here, as we just have to. I don't know about you. But there we go. Vision got cut for a moment there. We're back into it, as Cyber is over here into the top side. Julian is level 2 and says, "Screw my duo, I'm up here."
The job here, I think, for Julian at the moment is, despite the level 2, which is going to be very harmful for the laning phase, they did get the kill to start things off for the likes of the Callista, but more importantly, they're trying to put Cyber on the back foot, and this is supposed to be a champion he's exceptionally comfortable on. We'll see if he's used to playing from this kind of disadvantaged state, where you didn't get either Scuttle Crab, you're getting bullied off a little bit of your jungle farm, and Julian likely isn't to make this just got a one-off. You expect this to actually come out a number of times during this laning phase. I'm excited to see, Cyber. Does he continue to get bullied? It's very rare we actually see that during a laning phase, given his proficiency on this champion, but already taking a couple blows.
Yeah, Ray actually had to bat there, so Julian actually comes back to landing. Can't even catch any of this XP here. Big thing to take note of, as that is going to be a bit interesting there, and see everything that we will be able to grab here. And Revival just looking pretty good for themselves in that box.
Yeah, they're doing really, really well on the bottom side, where that first blood goes over, but they immediately punish the cross map play, where Cyber is going to take a little bit of a hit, but it's nothing too crazy, as more fighting between these two on the top side. The sustain is actually really heavily in favor of Cavell here, mostly because of that passive coming through from the likes of that Gragas. And so it's kind of difficult for Concept to find anything but just a pure all-in. If you're trading with Grasp, usually you're not really going to win that because of how many passive procs can come out before you can really successfully get your next Grasp proc or your double W off.
And you can see now the Black Shield that we were talking about at the very beginning is a thing. And you do see Cyber was down here in the bot side just in case there was any action. And you got to really love the vision that's been secured by this Supernova bot lane here. And yet again, Julian goes in. Aggression is his name, but punishment is his game. Chuckies finds the kill. They're looking to continue on forward, rend them asunder, and take the kill back. A trade between the two in the bot side here. And Supernova, gotta say, they got a little bit of an advantage there, as Callista now gets his free farm and another kill.
Really interestingly, also, is this trade looks very different if W gets taken because you get a small amount of burst damage, but it was a level 2 and now 3 Q for Callista and a level 2 Rend, which is a lot more damage within specifically those two abilities. They're probably changed exactly how Lobos thought about what was going to happen right there because it was available for that fight. Maybe not expecting that burst to come through, or maybe wanting to wait out the ignite, maybe. As potential. As Cyber gets a little bit back, he's able to take away a blue buff as his own is actually warded out. And now Maddie, with the help of Julian, going to walk into the opposing jungle, but not going to find anything right here. Sudsy now is in trouble.
Yeah, Julian is a monster that cannot be stopped here. He is looking for blood anywhere he can find it. Levels don't matter. It's just him spilling as much as he can in tribute for his team in Supernova. Looking like they have quite a big tempo advantage in favor of themselves. Julian coming over here towards this. They're looking to make the fast track to the bot lane as Maddie is there in tow.
Yes. The one problem you might run into, again, Array will hit level 6 very quickly, which is far more important than the Thresh level 6. But level 6 for Morgana could get hit as well. So if they ever wanted to duel around this bottom side, they definitely could. They're going to spot Maddie out here on this dragon. He's not going to turn away from it because I don't think the contest can come through anytime. Top lane.
Oh, yeah. Concept says, all right, where your jungler at? Bring him back over here because I'm about to solo kill you. Take a chomp out of that, and Cavell goes down as the dragon is slain in favor of Supernova. Now it's Cyber getting jumped onto, but the Black Shield is there, aptly used. The Cyber's looking to just try and move around this fight. Is going to be able to go invisible and get away, but the blue buff is surely going to be what they have to pay here. Stun going to be able to connect on the Cyber. He has no jump to be able to get away. Strumpus finds a kill. Beautiful rotation coming out from Supernova.
Extremely well played right there from the side. I think specifically of Strumpus is right there. Lobos tried to get over the wall and find an immediate kill onto Julian, which would have actually made this even numbers before the showing of Sudsy into that fight, who doesn't have flash to get over the wall. But the heal comes out from Strumpus, double heal out of Array and Strumpus, keeping Julian up just a little bit longer and being able to be a bit more of a soak here for some additional damage. And so, again, this presence that's been felt by Julian across the map and in these invades is really different from what we saw in game number 1 from Supernova, where they weren't having any sort of impact early on. It was just the one kind of Rift Herald fight where they had quite a bit of pressure that Revival was able to pull back from. And in this one, instead, now you've got Array, a pretty good advantage. Tristana found a kill to start things off. Top lane not going perfectly for you as a trade of kills have gone back and forth, but you're not super worried about what a Volibear can do when you've got your ADCs this far ahead in the early game.
Yeah, why would you worry about what the Volibear can do when your Callista and Tristana are popping off right now? They do have to be careful, right? Sudsy is going to start getting into that item point, and that's where we've been talking a lot about the hype for Acacia, but yet another Hextech flash gank. Sudsy not going to have the death sentence connect, but that was 4 members ready to encroach on his position there from Supernova. A completely different play style coming out from them.
And you see them just constantly playing around this bottom side, which is where you expect them to. It's a really, really weak side Gragas here, who's actually not performing super poorly. And, Julian, who's just everywhere, all across the map constantly. Now a setup around Rift Herald could be the play here from Revival, as they've got priority of this top river. Lucian is still on bottom side, which is perhaps the one problem that they might have.
Petrifying Gaze was able to connect. Miasma's there as well. So big yet again. Julian, Sudsy just wants you to leave.
Yeah, he'd like his landing phase back. Thank you very much. I don't think appreciated by anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Stun on the Strumpus. Strumpus takes a lot of damage as a result, but the rest of the damage to come through. Cyber drop down very low, but it's not enough. Sudsy finds 2 off of that mid lane action, and Sudsy says, "Oh, never mind. You can come on back to lane if you like."
That's really bad. That actually equalizes the gold pretty much across the map. Now you got this super powerful Cassiopeia to have to worry about in mid lane. Actually, also, Strumpus barely ran out of Poison Tick, which would have killed him with the Twin Fang as well in midair as he was, rocket jumping away. So if that one would have come through, that would have been a 3rd kill over onto Strumpus. Is now Rift Herald's going to get taken here, which just changed this game dramatically. Now you've got 2 carries. On one side, it's the Callista. On the opposite side, it's the likes of the Cassiopeia. So you have to use this massive engage and the really good burst damage, especially objective control that can come out from Array to kind of win through this early game as best as possible for Supernova.
Oh, here we go. Julian, yet again, he is coming in here thinking about all the different kind of plays he can go for here. It is going to be a successful tower dive to go through. As, Julian. Calculated. No luck needed.
I think if if Lobos actually has a lot more of the health bar right there, like any more than like, I think he was sitting at like 33%. If you've got more than 33% of a health bar, you actually might be able to trade right there for at least one. But unfortunately, not having that health bar is way too easy to be able to generate the dive, as Array has too much damage on the likes of this Callista extremely early into the game. Continuing their bot lane dominance here as this Callista runs rampant against the likes of the Lucian.
Yeah, running rampant indeed. It does need to be a bit careful still, though, as, you know, we were talking about it. You know, you got a Volibear and a Kha'Zix on the other side, and a Cassio is there to stop you from hop, jumping, and skipping around in these fights. So we'll be keeping our eyes on that, but we do have a Herald on Cyber, and Cyber is looking towards his top side with Chookies. Looks like they may just back it up, though.
But they won't. You see that Chookies is now just getting out of the laning phase. This is for two reasons. Number one, you're matching the pressure that Julian's been putting across the map for the most part. But the second thing is that, of course, Lucian now gets solo XP in the bottom lane, which can help him catch up comparatively, especially since Callista's receiving that solo farm as well. It's very, very easy to try to respond with that. This concept now on top side, you see the consistent trading is back and forth. Cavell is starting to get taken down just because of the tankiness that's there from the likes of the Volibear. But as you had alluded to, we're wondering where Cyber's going to end up throwing this Rip Herald down. It looks like mid lane could be the play, as 4 members are...
Strumpus, he does rocket jump forward. The Miasma was there to halt the rest of the action. Petrifying Gaze is going to be able to get the slow onto Strumpus. They're looking to turn around the action as Maddie is the focus of their attention concept. Not going to be able to catch up to that bear, as he is going to be able to get out of harm's way. Cavell has joined the fray as well now, as it is going to be Rip Herald summoned down here into the mid lane. Beautiful body slam to come on through. It's going to be Cavell picking up the kill onto Cyber there. That is a huge member being taken off of the field. As Strumpus is trying to find another kill or get a reset, but it's not going to be enough damage as he's going to be able to just jump away. Tristana finds a kill onto Chookies now. Supernova finding themselves 2 kills there.
Both teams, it comes into like Rift Herald setup where they're trying to put it into Sudsy. That's where this gold really wants to go if you're on the side of Revival. And this is read really well by Supernova. Again, talking to what Julian can bring to this team and their decisiveness, where they bring 4 members in, they pull off fast enough for Concept to not be here, and then you move back in with Cavell, who's got really long-range engages. Now, this is a terrifying place to be. Oh!
Yeah, that's spooky. Didn't connect, so... will be a blessing there for this Lucian, as Lucian does not want to get picked apart there yet again.
Not at all, no. Okay.
Then there we go. We have a replay.
Oh, yeah. You see, first off, low balls is just pushed completely outside of this play. And then this flash, and then ultimate, and then everything picked off onto Cyber is huge. But no consistent damage can come down onto any given target. I think Strumpus could have been a target here if you're actually looking. But this body blocking by the likes of Lucian, or my apologies, by Julian and Cavell, make it so difficult for Sudsy to step up and try to punish the likes of Strumpus as he rocket jumped in, that it just allows free autoing under Chookies. So again, this team playing really well around the spacing necessary to get their 2 carries extremely involved within these fights.
Yeah, gotta love to see it. And honestly, yet again, both of these teams came into this with a different draft, with different win conditions, and both of these teams looking very evenly matched. Some of these fights are being won by slight margins, and you got to think it's tense for us. I'm tense watching this, man. But both of these teams, they're going through some high intensity, like mental stress, dealing with what the stakes are here today. And Cavell found himself in a tricky situation. Is going to be able to get out. But this is a top lane tower they're looking to focus on, too.
Yes. You get bot lane tower in exchange for this topside tower. And this first tower also going in, it's onto Callista. So I suppose Revival, what they're doing right now is they're just attempting to try to win the rest of the map or put gold into their carries, thinking that eventually this Callista won't be very useful. But that's the best that I've got right now because there's other members that are also doing very well.
Yeah, absolutely. And... oh man, this is looking like, you know, Revival trying to find a way to get the tempo back in their favor, right? They haven't really been able to find it because of Julian being this person who's just constantly on the map. His presence has been global at this point in time, and you gotta think, if you're Revival, you're trying to figure out, all right, how do we grab the tempo back? How do we grab it to where we are the team that's back in our comfort zone? They're trying to seek out that answer for themselves.
It's a difficult answer to come to, just because, again, with the damage and the safety that are on Immortal Shield Bows on the combination of Tristana and Kalista, I mixed up those names for half a second. And then you also even got Everfrost with all the disengage from Cavell. It's really, really difficult to try to put damage into this backline, as your long-range engage consists of Cassiopeia and Lucian, who do not have the longest range in the game. You have to be fighting from close quarters, and you almost have to be fighting front to back, and for the moment, Array is just going to dominate that, and eventually Tristana will take over being that dominant. I will say, I think Kraken Slayer would be far better in this game when you're fighting up against a very powerful, a very good front line in the Volibear, but I get the idea of just like not wanting to get pure burst out by Cyber's Kha'Zix.
Yeah, you don't want it. I don't. Everybody's experienced it. It is your HP bar will be gone in the blink of an eye, and when it's in the hands of a master, it becomes a very terrifying situation. Cyber is now looking to try and take some vengeance, get some camps of Maddies now, as we're at that point in time in the game. We're getting to that 20-minute mark as some of these towers are being equalized, and the gold very close here between these two.
We were hyping up also the Luden's Echo that's going to be on the Cassiopeia, but
it's Leon.
It's painful too, because it's like you have AP Gragas and you've got 2 marksmen. Like, you're not burning the percentage health of anybody except for the Udyr for the most part. Like, why not go for it? Why not go for the Ludens, go for the more damage-oriented, very early build, especially because you're going Locket later. Like, I feel like it's so much DPS that you're losing now with the additional Ludens procs, the additional ability to hit the wave and things of that sort that Sedzy's missing out on simply for the safe damage that comes from Leandries. I don't know what the trade-off specifically is in terms of damage. I haven't done numbers and stuff, especially for Cassiopeia, but I feel like this is something that I feel like Sudsy is playing safe when he should be playing a lot more aggressively, given his identity in this team as being this kind of backbone of damage, especially now that Lucian has fallen behind.
Yeah, Lucian's in a really risky situation, has that Gale Force, so isn't looking for that. By the way, Julian has been level 7 for quite a bit of time now. He got his level 6 and said, all right, I'm back to roaming full time, just hit level 8. But Devson is beautifully connecting onto Cyber. Black Shield coming out delayed to stop any additional action, as Cyber did burn his ultimate there, actually. So
It's decently low cooldown at this point, but it's not super low cooldown, so it is very impactful. This dragon, I think, is the situation that they're looking to play for.
Ooh, look at the TP. Volibear. He's coming in. He's coming in hot.
I have no idea he's here.
Around the sirens. It's a petrifying gaze coming on in. The Volibear jumping on in into the backside concept, looking to lay out the damage, but the buster shot is going to be key. It takes out the Kha'Zix, and now the explosive cast is going to be able to spread apart Revival. They're now on full retreat here, trying to find a way to possibly re-engage this fight. No binding to be able to assist them at that. They're going to be able to get the vision that is going to be needed. Descent is going to be able to connect. The Black Shield goes onto concept while the body slam comes on forward and stops the damage dealers from following up. Right now, it could be 4v4, but it looks like Supernova is going to opt for this mid lane control here, as the Ocean Drake is going to be started by Revival. Herald summoned in the mid lane as well. This is looking massive.
They will snag this one away. And it's a big trade-off because Sudsy is able to get a shutdown onto the likes of Array. You're trading this for mid-inner tower, which I think is a really big risk, only because of how much pressure you could put on with the likes of Udyr, with the likes of Tristana. Getting out of this situation is a little bit risky as well, as it looks like Cavell and Julian are on the chase. But
they're on the hunt. They're on the case. Lantern through. Yeah. Give them thumbs down.
Yeah, 2 thumbs down. Bad detectives. Very bad detectives. Not a bad work at all. That's just, it's another play from Revival, which I think is really intriguing, because they find this massive flank. They don't have the gold necessary, I think, to really execute on that the way they wanted to, because they would have liked to find at least an additional kill, because you had, like, Cavell got knocked down pretty high health, Maddie got knocked down to low health, you had Julian got knocked down to pretty low health. Strumpus was the only one who was relatively untouched during that fight. And you would have loved to be able to knock both of them out. The shutdown is huge for Sudsy, don't get me wrong. And the dragon stacking has been slowed now from Supernova. And you have to think, how does this affect them as a team, having been shut out? Ray's still exceptionally strong. Probably hit the power spike that you're going to be banking on for the remainder of the game with the shield bow and the Runan's combination. But now you know that team fights can go to the side of Revival in the right situation. They found a perfect flank. And now this game becomes a lot more interesting around these next few objectives.
I agree 110%. I also like the fact that we are seeing some grievous wounds coming out, because we have the double shield bow coming out from this double marksman composition here. So I love the respect that comes in there, but explosive cast to connect onto Cyber. He will be burned down. Maddie finds that kill, but Cavell is going to get traded very swiftly, while over in the backside, Concept looking to jump in and lay his paws onto the side of Supernova. Chucky's going to be able to get an excellent bind onto Maddie, laying out the damage array, trying to kite this one on back. He has to pop the Ren there to just try and get the slip onto Concept while the fight continues to go in the mid lane. Julian gets taken down as he gets tagged by Sudsy, and Supernova on a swift retreat here, as this will be a tower in a team fight victory in favor of Revival.
Oh my goodness. They've been able to find another play. This one was off the back of Cavell. He thinks, okay, I need to throw this ultimate in. I can find a pick onto Cyber, and now all of a sudden we get all this Baron pressure that comes from it. And they find this really quick play, but the fantastic route from Chookies is enough to get them to trade not only onto Cavell, but the fight afterwards looks so good. In fact, Concept was, if he burns Flash, can probably find a kill onto the likes of Array, and then you also get the kill onto Julian to start things off as well. I think this team fighting slowly coming together for Revival, and if all this focus continues to get put into the likes of Cyber, what are you doing? You still have to kill out Sudsy, you have to kill off Lobos, you have to be able to disengage some of their damage because it's low range. I mean, you're all clustered together like that. It's so easy for Revival to find fights. So Supernova, they got to come back to the drawing board, I think, with some of the setup that they've got for their map and some of the setup that they've got for their team fights, because the game's still very much in their hands. They've got this insane setup for this Tristana and this Kalista, but haven't been able to use it very effectively in these last couple fights.
Yeah, they're going to have to watch out, right? These choke points could be exactly where you choke, and it could not be what you want to do here inside of Game 2, as we do see Jillian trying to look for yet another angle here, but isn't going to follow up on that. Doesn't have vision on the rest of the side there for Revival, and man, oh man, these teams are really trying to find whatever they are. We're back at it, and it's even just about yet again. Supernova has not been able to find a way to extend this lead at all for themselves here, while Revival have been constantly fighting tooth and nail for every single thing here. And right now we got Baron up. We've got another Drake coming up in about a minute here, Rebel. These neutral objectives are going to be war zones.
Yeah, I actually think that the next real thing, and actually maybe the decider for this entire game, is going to be the next Ocean Drake. Where, like, if Ocean Drake comes in for the side of Revival, all of a sudden, the sweat starts to bead up on Supernova's head. As it's like, okay, what do we do? Now we have the late game drop it. Ooh, a pick!
Oh, big pick on the Chuckies. Chuckies is going to be able to go gold and keep himself alive for a little bit longer. Explosive Cask is going to be enough to be able to burst him on down. That was a lot used to be able to continue that forward, as we do see the Everfrost come through. Not going to be able to connect the route onto anybody. Concept over onto the side, separated from the rest of the team, but there's not going to be the re-engage. Huge petrifying gauge, but not going to be able to connect onto anybody. Only gets the slow. You're going to be able to see him go on in, but Julian's in too deep. He's just trying to keep everything going as planned. Supernova has some low HP members, but some full HP as well. Looking to see what they can do, and it's Revival looking to continue to re-engage this fight. Concept taking a lot of damage from Strumpus. Strumpus laying in the hurt, but it's dropped down to half HP. Cyber over here onto the side, looking to see if they'll be able to pick up the part of anybody in this, but cannot find a successful assassination. And Ocean Drake is the prize for Revival after all that, but Baron
There's no way
what they go for. This could be greedy. This could be bad.
It's fast, but like I'm worried about the fight that comes out afterwards, because there's like Chookies is already back, and their health bars are so much higher at this point.
Julian catches the death sentence. Sudsy is taking a good bit of damage there. Explosive Cast to separate the rest of the team. Sudsy is in the midst of it all, but is able to get the miasma off. You're inside of the choke point. This is Sudsy's natural habitat. He found one kill already. You're looking for more. The HP bars are still so low. Sudsy looking to try and tag somebody else right on up, but is starting to run a little bit on the side of things. And Revival find another kill for themselves to add on to their Ocean Drake.
Oh my goodness, they just can't find any kills. They're not able to focus anyone down fast enough. It feels like Tristana and Array, their damage just is not enough. You find one really good pick-off to start with into Chookies, but you lose so much health to just Sudsy running after this team again and again and again, throwing these Qs, chipping them down little by little. I'm surprised that Leanders is actually working out this well. They lost so much health, and they try to go and just like coin flip for Baron, and more specifically, I think they were trying for a pick on a Sudsy, but Chookies had returned during that process, and now they've lost so much of their gold lead, and this dragon that I specified was so important was going to be there. As right here, Sudsy tries to get the pick off, and yes, Lucian gets pushed back, but then here comes the jump in from Concept, buying all this space and allowing Sudsy to just free fire into the team. Look how fast Maddie and Julian just need to flee out the backside. Strumpus is playing up against Sudsy, but with the exhaust on, there's no chance that that's going to come through.
And no chance at all. That's what you got if you keep that up, man. Supernova finding themselves in these situations here where they just make one bad decision, and yet again, Sudsy 5-0-1 on the cast here today and is looking phenomenal. Positioning has been looking solid, and the rest of the team backing them up. This is kind of getting a little scary, though. You were talking about the sweat dripping down from Supernova. This could be the situation where the sweat starts to come down, because this is the Casio that's starting to get some Ocean Drakes stacking up.
I'm also saying that, like, it's not just the Ocean Drakes. Both teams have reasons to sweat at this point. Again, the Ocean Drake has been completely removed from Supernova, which makes it more difficult to Dragon stack into a Cassiopeia, which is already hard. On the opposite side, though, I really liked the fake Baron.
Ooh, another fight here. Explosive Cask wasn't able to separate. The Miasma is there just to act as a dividing line, keep the rest of the team of Supernova from engaging that. But yet again, Supernova, they see him. They're trying to pull the trigger.
Cavell cannot find the right ultimate to get in. I think this front line's also terrifying. Here we go. They're looking for something. Okay, never mind.
Miasma will dissuade him yet again. That is a tricky spot to look to have to engage through. Don't want to wade through the poison. They've been playing some Dark Souls here recently. They remember Blighttown, and that's exactly what the Casio Miasma is like. It's just Blighttown, the entire level of Blighttown from Dark Souls.
Do not remind me of Blighttown. No one wants to be reminded of Blighttown. I'm going to make this reference really quickly, or I'm going to make this point really quickly. Cyber has been getting bullied all game, right? You could make an argument that he's been cyber bullied most of the game.
Yeah,
but,
yeah, I get you. Yes.
Yes. Cyber's up 2 levels on Maddie right now.
Yep.
Cyber has come back in this game. I think once they stop focusing him specifically during the course of this fight, it's freed up quite a bit of time for Cyber to come back in terms of farm and in terms of pressure in fights. He's actually really far away from this Baron. This is the strength of Supernova. The double ADC composition makes it so fast to Baron, and now they have to approach into no vision. Chucky's going to run face first into Cavell.
Chucky's is going to take a bit of damage there. Does have the Black Shield to keep himself alive for a little bit longer. They're counting down the spears, trying to see if they'll be able to min-max this to their favor. Concept is looking to join the fray here over onto the side. They use the explosive cask already. Lantern has been grabbed by Cavell, and that will be Baron snuck away by Supernova.
That's the fear you've got. When you've got Callista, who can confirm it really well, and you've got double ADC alongside the likes of an Udyr, you've got fantastic consistent damage to take the big purple worm, and that's what they're going to walk away with. Can they apply it? I think is the question to me. Right now, you have to attack 2 side lanes. Bottom lane is pushed in. Top lane is actually pushed out, or my apologies, reverse order, because we're talking about Supernova. Where their bot lane is pushed out, the top lane is pushed in, and they're pushing down mid lane right now, probably in an attempt to just fight for this dragon more than anything else and reclaim control on the map as Maddie.
Maddie playing a dangerous game there. Petrifying Gaze, not going to be enough. Back shield is going to be enough to keep Sudsy alive and not CC'd. And now it is yet again 5 members of each team here in the mid lane as they are looking to try and collapse onto a vital member of Supernova. But Supernova float the sums needed to keep themselves in it. Cavell taking a bit of damage there. Everfrost is going to be able to get the root onto Concept Bear, but they are going to look for more. Explosive Cast connects onto the Lucian and Volley, but nothing else of substance to come out. Ocean Drake coming up here now. It is live. It is in play. Revival is looking to regain control of this mid lane while this is happening. They might let the fight for this.
I don't know that you get a fantastic fight here, and Supernova is just going to pull away as Cavell just finds a way. They do have priority on mid lane here. These backs could come through, but you are going to give up mid inner tower. Are they just going to base race here? Are they trying to go bottom tower? They don't have wave pushed anywhere near bottom tower. You've still got a Lucian and a Cassiopeia to try to take this. Is this just a base race? Are we going to see this right now?
Wait, the Gragas is already bats. He's trying to be that one-man defense for their team here. That's one tower that has been gone out. We got a fantastic zoom out here to see the full picture here. The HP bar of the towers are being shredded. Inhibitor in the mid lane has been taken out. Another member has to fall over. They're looking for more here. The AD carry's trying to shred away these towers. Supernova trying to pull the trigger. This base race is going south really quick. Revival looking to pull the trigger.
No way.
They're looking to collapse onto the Nexus here. This is looking bad. This has gone south. Which team will come out on top? It will be Revival. Revival finds game number 2 in a base race decided.
Oh my god, it has been a long time since I've seen a true to God base race between 2 teams. And that was insane. You had like Baron buff and Tristana, and you calling that bluff on the side of Revival is so risky right there. As all that they could have easily just like kind of backed off, taken mid inner tower, traded for their bottom inner tower, and just continued the game outright. But instead, they go for this kill shot. 2 members of Supernova are not enough to come through. Oh my goodness, what a play from Revival.
What a play indeed. Wow, Revival. They had the shot calling to back it up and get everything going for themselves. And absolutely beautiful work coming out from them here to really just I can't get over it, man. Like that was honestly just a phenomenal end. I was not expecting a base race to be how we finished game 2 here, Rebel.
Not in the slightest. Not at like 3 dragons. Either we had 5 dragons, 3 for 2. We had no second Baron off the board. Like we had so much left in terms of game. Instead, they just coin flip it at the end. It was also really close because they were on Nexus, or at least Nexus towers on the side of Supernova. So that came down to the very last couple of auto attacks. But still, Revival pulling that one out. They're up 2-0 in the series. That was a lot less solidified of a win, but they take those all day.
Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, Revival at match point. Supernova sweating a little bit differently now than what we were talking about in the middle of the game. We'll have to see how Supernova plans to come back and turn this into a series and try to figure out a way to fight against Revival. We will be right back after a break as the analysts have to break down what was an insane game 2. Be sure not to go anywhere.
Oh no, no. Oh no. Yeah. Oh no, no. Yeah. Sleepless nights trying to learn how to die in my sleep. 'Cause I don't wanna be the one to wake up without a heartbeat. Trust me, you're gonna love this, stay in your seat. Baby, just tell me you don't love me, and I'll admit defeat. It ain't that deep, 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 deep. No, you know I kill for some of your real feelings. Oh no, it ain't that sweet, 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 sweet. No, just as long as you're the one who kills.
Welcome back, everybody, to the desk. Apologies for the delay as we head back into this game. I said game number one was unexpected. This right here is something I could not have predicted in even my wildest dreams, perhaps. But before we divulge into this, that, and the other here, Peter, we'll jump right onto you here, my friend. Talk to me a bit more about that draft, specifically that cast picks, which you called Smurf and cool.
Yeah, I think that cast pick was really good. It's basically good into every champion that Supernova had. They're short range. They need mobility for a lot of their characters. It denies basically everything that Supernova want to do, and it just made Sudsy just being able to 1v9 that game, even though his team did well. If he needed to, he could have 1v9 on that pick.
I mean,
Yeah.
Overall, do you find that they do not need to come to the halt either? Because look in the clip right now, this was really solid fight. And by the way, small side note, to shout out to Concept for, because I think that's the second or third time now which has come around all the way to the back with the big Volibear flank to complete interrupt the team fight. Really big cask as well that you saw coming off the side of Supernova to completely dissipated. Although the fight went back and forth, you saw this is where, it was still a very even game between the two teams, but one important thing really just kept Revival ahead of the curve.
So the big, maybe not quite ahead of the curve, but the way I want to describe it is basically how we had a really good early game from Supernova. They were pretty much in control. The Callista, especially in the bot lane, therefore Array was just dumpstering Lobos. Like, it was not a good time for that Lucian. Like, we can all agree on that. So here's the thing. You have an early lead that you've earned yourself here based on just absolutely destroying this 2v2 lane. But the problem is Supernova don't actually convert that into anything. They don't really have any concept of side wave pressure here, because what ends up happening is, even with their leads, instead of pushing out waves, forcing Revival to answer them and taking objectives and taking favorable fights, they just NA ram. They did that quite literally all game long, with the exception of catching waves on their end in the side lane. And because of that, especially with Sudsy playing a pick like the Cassiopeia, you end up just coin flipping these fights, and that allows Revival to actually find their window back in the game. Some fights don't work, sure, but then all of a sudden a double kill here, a couple more kills there, and all of a sudden this Cassiopeia that's good into all their champions is hyper fed, and that's pretty much where the game got off the rails for the side of Supernova. They all of a sudden there's a fed Cassiopeia, and they can't win out on these team fights anymore.
And you saw this team moving more and more into the game here as Peter. I believe you had a solid point on that too.
Yeah, so the Cascan was really good, but kind of something that was a bit surprising to saw that game, even though they were dumpster in bot lane initially, and we saw in that clip before, after that, Thresh decided to go to other places on the map, and a lot of his roams they worked out, don't get me wrong. They did wonders in the game, but a lot of that relied on things that just really shouldn't have happened, such as Kha'Zix being in the wrong place, or Sudsy overextending after he already saw where Thresh was, and just like this roam right here with Thresh is here, great. They win that because he's there. And as we see in the clip, Thresh just does an amazing job here. But this sort of fight shouldn't have really ever happened. And it was just really it's basically just results-based thinking to say that Thresh did good roams here. When in reality, they put Callista from her super big advantage to down to 20 CS differential on the Lucian, and just kind of screwed the game over a bit.
Yeah, that's the main reason that even though Lobos was down a couple kills, he still managed to keep himself in the game CS-wise, because now all of a sudden, without the Thresh, without your support, Array is in a worse position, can't threaten the pressure as much. So of course it's going to be much easier for Lobos to get CS, deny CS, and that was the reason why, even though the early game was rough for him, he was still able to contribute later on, because he still managed to reach those item spikes. And the other thing too is, I think the big fight that really flipped it, where the game was in anybody's hands, despite a pretty sizable lead at first for Supernova, was around that third Drake fight. Because Peter, you were the one when we were talking about it during the actually watching the match. The thing is, Supernova were or Revival rather, this was the most even fight they were going to have. If they lost that one, fell behind an even further gold, there were no other future spikes that were going to save them. Supernova would have just ran with the game. Come that fourth Drake, they would have the Ocean Soul and they would just run away with it. But they just kept going for these coin flip fights. And Ravi, you even highlighted it too. Some of those fights do go well because of Concept's flank TPs that actually come in so clutch.
Now, with that, gentlemen, I believe we should try to at least just highlight the one little thing right there at the end, right? There's a small little factor which completely ended up changing the game.
Oh, not
this
Yeah,
race. Oh my god! Because just look at this. Let's look at the disparity. Revival are knocking on the inhibitor turrets. Meanwhile, on the other end, Supernova are just not breaking. Just not breaking the inhib. Like it is so disparaging. And they sell two people back. Even with Baron, what are they going to do? It's 5v2. That's not how this game works.
Yeah.
And it's I
understand the thought processes. Let's say this. I understand the thought process in the sense that, let's say Gragas had ult there, which he didn't. That was the big thing. If Gragas had ult there, and he's able to bear up the minions, he's able to clear the way for free and stop backs, and Supernova win that game. I don't know if maybe the person on Supernova, whoever called it, thought that he had ult, but he didn't. That's the reality of it. And then they continued to keep on pushing when it was very clear that there was no way to stop the wave from coming. There was no way to stop the end, and just threw the game away.
It's so rough too. Because sorry, really quick too. What I want to add is they actually managed to get a third Drake for themselves too. They get themselves a soul point, which is huge. No contest at all, and you end up. It's like them not wanting to trade for that tier 2. I was even saying like, okay, Revival can take that tier 2 turret. Like it's something. But they wanted to go for this base race because, I agree with that thought process, Peter. If Gragas has ulti, no problem. Exploding cast, game changer. But with that Baron buff, they think they can push faster than them. But in that specific scenario, that was clearly not the case. And you have that empowered recall. You could get back to base fast enough that tier 2 is the only turret you lose. And the fourth Drake would have came around the same time as Baron. Like this would have been a really difficult game state for Revival to be in here if you just played patient.
Most definitely.
Now, with the way it's looking right now, though, friends, it is going to be quite a back and forth because Supernova are at the cusp of possibly falling down to the third place back to the GVU. You can make a warp, bro, because it's a tough call within. And Revival could have possibly take this 3-0 with the way it's looking. But I still do generally have faith, man. Supernova said win late, win game. Well, all you got to do is right now just win game here. So let's pass it over to our casters, Travis and Rebel Fox, to take us in the possible final game of the night.
Thank you, Des, for bringing us into this game 3 where we do see the side of Revival is currently on match point. My name is Travi. My camera is got a neon background to it now. And I am joined here by the ever so delightful Rebel Fox. How are you doing here?
I'm a little baffled by what happened in the previous game, as it sounds like our desk was. It's very strange because somehow and in some way, Supernova simultaneously was winning the game better than in game 1, and also made more mistakes than what happened in game number 1, which is exceptionally strange for this team coming into this game number 3, where now they're back against the wall. They have to go somewhere else.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll have to see exactly what the draft will look like here, as we'll be curious to see what it will be. So we'll have a moment to kind of see exactly what the draft will look at. But we are going to be, I'm excited, man, honestly, because this could possibly be the closest 3-0 that we've seen in a very, very long time. And I feel like that's a statement there.
we get a lot of coin flips within the amateur scene and within League of Legends in general, and very rarely do we get coin flipped games. That right there was about as close to a coin flip game as you possibly could have gotten. And then you consider game one and how close game one was. Revival had good control after a handful of fights and things went their way, but it was relatively close for the beginning of the game. So you have to respect that from the side of Supernova, as they're doing nothing really. They're not making these humongous mistakes that just lose them the game. The problem is just a handful of these calls and a handful of these kind of designs are just not working out for them right now, as they've tried two completely separate compositions, two completely different ideas, and both of them have had their merits. And so now it's like, what, Supernova just has to distill out, okay, what worked, what didn't work, what do we want to take into Revival now that we've kind of seen this game plan that they're going for at this moment.
And I personally want to see what they pull the trigger on, right? Supernova had game one. They had this idea of what they wanted to go for inside their game. They tried things out with an Akali first pick. You got to see some moments of success, but inside the comp that Revival drafted, didn't work out. You go into game two, they bring in Julian, and Julian pulls off some insane roams on Thresh and is constantly roaming around the map. Brand new game plan, brand new Supernova. They're pulling out the double 80 carry. They lose in a base race. This has been a series where small mistakes have decided so much here. And Supernova, unfortunately, you got to wonder exactly when you're going into a series like this. You're going into the third game here. You had the handshake for Baron for Mountain Soul. You've had the pace race that went south. I wonder how much of this does weigh on Supernova and what they are drafting for themselves.
That is a great question. How much faith do they put in themselves to actually be able to continue into that?
No, well, ladies and gentlemen, we do have this. We are going to see this as our drafts here. We don't get to see the order of everything because that's just how it goes. But Supernova, they're running it back. They said we're running it back with the same exact composition. This time we're not letting you get Cassio, but this time Sudsy on Aurelia. We see Cyber on Lilia. Concept yet again on Volley. And then we get the Lucian Morgana bot lane yet again.
The two pieces I think that are really intriguing is the swap for Revival. This is very close to what we saw in game number one, of course. The difference is, Cyber it's a little bit harder to just straight up bully the likes of Lilia, since she's got really, really good mobility combined into her passive and things of that sort within her kit, and she clears ridiculously fast, especially after some of the Udyr nerfs. A lot of junglers have jumped ahead. You think of things like Mundo and like Lilia having faster clears now, potentially. Number two, Aurelia is such an intriguing grab here. Where like Cassiopeia got banned out, so Sudsy's now coming to something that like in solo queue, I think he's known for pretty well. I think this might be his most played champion within the realm of solo queue. And it's a volatile pick, especially into something like Tristana, but get it ahead early, and all of a sudden you got a little bit of a problem. So Revival, I don't think it's exactly what they're going for. It's not that amazing Cassiopeia pick like we saw in the previous game, but at least they had preparations for this last game against Supernova to now make some adjustments. Okay, do you let Lucian roam and get that level 2 kill? Probably not on bot side. Do you let them kind of bully off Cyber? Probably not this time. And there's plenty of other things that can make adapted for the early game that now Revival is prepared for coming into game number 3.
The thing I'm very curious about too is we did get to see a bit of cheese coming out, right? In the first game, we got to see Julian jumping in, forcing Cyber to be on the back foot a lot of that time, and that all started off the backhand of a early first blood onto Chookies on this Morgana pick here. I'm wondering what the game plan is going to be for Julian inside of this game, because Chookies is going to go into this is the same exact matchup. And it's probably going to be expecting, okay, this man is insane. He's going to flash forward. He's going to try and play me. So we might see a world where Tricky says, I'm just going to hold on to level 1, see what he does, and I'll level up Black Shield when I need to.
There you just take Tormented Soil at level 1, you push out level 1, and then you get level 2 first to see another.
That's true, yes.
Yeah, but that's the attribute that now Revival has the ability to bring back, which is that Supernova's running back the same composition. You've already seen this before, and you've won against it. It was a coin flip, that's for sure. But things to notice about that composition. Number one, Lowballs actually was playing really well in team fights. It was kind kind of difficult to respond to low balls mobility on this side. And the other thing was, if Concept is doing fine in the laning phase, which like at the very beginning wasn't true, but towards the middle parts of the laning phase and into late game, nobody could really do much about Volibear. And I think that's a game plan shift that has to come out from Supernova. You potentially have to put a little more resource into Cavell early on. I don't think Julian gets away with the same shenanigans that you saw in game number 2, just because low balls and Chookies are going to be accustomed to it, and you've got different champions. The one difference that I think for me that it is worse really heavily from Revival is this Aurelia, which is going to require a lot more resource and a lot more, I think, roaming from Chookies, where maybe you're going to need a lot more lane pressure, which puts some more pressure onto low balls in response that Array and Julian are going to have, which they did last game. So there's potential for that laning phase to go awry in that regard, only because now Aurelia is going to need more resources.
Yeah, both these teams have a lot of different things that have changed for them here inside of this. Sudsy, of course, on the Aurelia, you don't have that miasma to kind of disengage things, but you do get to dance around with those blades, and it could be something that the side of Supernova is going to be dancing on the edge of. And you have to be careful when you're Supernova still. Yeah, right. They have to learn some lessons from that last game. Choke points were a bad point. I look at this composition and, you see it, and there's still some things that do remain the same if you're looking from the perspective of Supernova to Revival. Choke points are still a very terrifying subject matter for you, right? That you turn around and take away, like, Kha'Zix, and you take away Cassio, and you put Aurelia and Lily, and it's like, wait a second, hold on, they're team fighting. It's actually still pretty good.
It's immaculate. I would make an argument it might even be better, just in terms of the pure 5-on-5. Like, Cassiopeia is much better at just like throwing damage at people who are sitting in front of her. But Lilia makes such a big impact in terms of the control you have on the map. I think it's better than what the Udyr brings at the moment. And also your ability to challenge ADCs, especially lower range ones like the Callista, when you throw the Swirl Seed and you pop that the ultimate coming through. There's legitimate possibility that just becomes a team fight initiator for you. So I would not be shocked to see that potentially come out.
Yeah, and I do want to go ahead and bring up the fact that we have been able to see some of these keystones and whatnot. Cyber did opt for Dark Harvest on the Lilia here. So something to keep note of inside of that. They're really the only one that's really interchangeable, but does tell the story of a little bit more of an aggressive Lilia play.
Not to mention, Lily is the sole AP on this team. You've got a little bit coming out from the combination of like what Aurelia, Morgana, and Volibear can bring. But for the most part, you've got two really big, or one really big AP damage dealer, and that's literally going to be Lilia, and that's pretty much it. So not shocking to see Cyber. Of all people, Cyber is definitely the one that would go for a far more AP and going for that kind of thing, just because of his tendency to play towards damage. And I'm looking forward to Lilia. I think Lilia arguably is just right there at number 1 alongside Hecarim for best jungler right now. I think Udyr is still within the conversation and a handful of other junglers, but those 3 are really the 3 that come to mind when you think of who's really good, and I think Lilia might even top that chart. So I'm happy to see Revival making that adaptation and coming out with, have they played 3 separate junglers? They played Volibear, and they played Kha'Zix, and now they played Lilia, which is it's just impressive. We talked about how Cyber's got this champ people. He's looking to flex, and he's flexing pretty hard right now.
Yeah, 3 different unique champions so far inside this series here, and has been really been doing a great job here, and it's a big thing to be able to see. Cyber has a lot of pressure onto him, but he's been flourishing in the moment for sure, and I'm just ready to see exactly what we'll be able to see, because like you said, if we have anybody who's going to pop off in the jungle, Cyber, big person to look at.
And I think also the counterpart that you've been staring at across the way, Matty has not had the single greatest series I've seen from him. I feel like he's gone a little bit quiet in the last couple of games. He's been playing his job well, but not doing it immaculately. He hasn't been really standing out. And I would really love to see him on this Udyr, this very powerful champion, something he can run down the map on and make some impacts into these lanes. Because again, it feels like Matty, I have really high expectations for him. And at the moment, while he's doing a serviceable job, I'd like to see even more. I'd love to see him come out and really just take game 3 into his own hands here.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are in game 3, as my co-caster just said. Revival is on match point. Will they be able to punch their ticket into the UPL Grand Finals, or is it going to be the side of Supernova that's going to be able to play spoiler here, pick up a dub, and turn this into a series and start mounting their comeback story? We are going to see the tale unfold here on the Rift.
You said tail unfold on the Rift. For some reason, I can't get Nico out of my head. Now I just want Nico to come out because they've been banning it away from Sudsy, and now I just want to see Nico.
Yeah, listen. The secret is you just have to yell really loudly, "Nico, Nico, Ni." That's all you need.
I don't think I would be appreciated very highly by our producer. If I did that.
Listen, a producer doesn't appreciate
What he doesn't
me,
know won't hurt him.
So it's just But Sudsy hasn't died yet. Is like an interesting thing to take note of. It's like Sudsy's actually been immortal, and I'm kind of curious who's going to be the first person to take out Sudsy, because he's on a much more volatile pick, as you were just talking about earlier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Aurelia is probably going to challenge the idea that maybe we get a deathless Sudsy, only because, especially when you're talking about double ADC and then also a Gragas, it's really difficult to manage the kind of the depth at which you go into team fights with as the likes of the Aurelia. So you have to consider that. You do also have to consider how defensive does Supernova play? How restrictive are they going to be now that their back is up against the wall? We saw them come out very aggressively in game number 2, not only with the likes of the Thresh, but also in general with their game plan to attack the map really heavily, and then of course to go for that really aggressive trade at the end, which cost them the game. They can't do that same thing a second time. You can't run that back the way that we've run back the composition here from the side of Supernova. You just have to you almost have to play super defensively, and the fear is really heavily there for the side of Supernova that they're going to get knocked out. And again, last game, all of their advantage came mostly from playing this kind of more aggressive, very proactive, very attacking style. And I hope they don't lose a bunch of that because it would kind of, I think, diminish a fair amount of what their composition did right last game.
Interesting thing here, by the way. This is not something I'm used to normally inside of a game. You do see Array actually still has not used his Blood Spear. Has not bound himself to Julian. So interesting thing from Array here, as that is a little interesting.
Saw that. I actually saw this last game that he didn't put a point in W. So if you don't put points in W, you don't want to put your Black Spear is not going to be useful. The other possibility is you either want to lock Cavell or you want to lock, more importantly, Maddie. I think is another possibility, because throwing in the likes of an Udyr could be really beneficial for your team as full clears come across from both sides. In fact, actually, really importantly, Cyber actually realizes there is no chance because of the same side jungling that just happened that he's going to be able to snag a Scuttlecraft. So just instead backs immediately and is going to set up for what is going to be another full clear to come out from top side down to bottom side. Is going to be a camp ahead and a fair amount of distance ahead of what Maddie's going to be able to bring, especially with Dark Harvest and Boots now completed for some additional speed. But that double scuttle does go the way of Maddie to start things off.
I do have to say too, by the way, I didn't draw the comparison here, but Julian hasn't been roaming. He's actually been playing support for 2 bot laners here, 2 marksmen. He's a support true throughout this. As Strumpus taking bowling, a little bit of cheeky damage coming out here. Chucky roams over to the mid lane to help out with this. Beautiful binding to connect, but great buffer of the rocket jump from Strumpus.
Massive buffer. As the Ignite also got popped at some point from Strumpus here, I think early on in the laning phase to try to shove Sudsy out, which is what prompted the teleport to come through. So we get to see a little bit of this early game. And again, not as aggressive, not as much roaming from Julian. He did hover that mid lane play, but that's about all that we had, as now the game has gone to a pause.
Yep, the game has paused. Their hands are shaky, palms are sweaty. This is something that they have to both these teams trying to make sure that they're ready, because this is do or die. This is a heated matchup, and like I said, this was a matchup where either one of these teams could have been predicted to win, and nobody would have called you crazy, I feel like.
I agree with that wholeheartedly. And that was, I think, indicative of what we saw on our desk, where nobody called a 3-0. Everybody called at least a 3-1. We had 1-3-1 for one direction, 1-3-1 for the opposite direction. And then we actually have 3-2 also in the direction, one of Revival. And Revival took the 2 of those, 1-3-1, 1-3-2, and the other was the 3-1 to come out. Nobody would expect this to not go that distance, only because of what we expect from Supernova being such a high caliber team, especially how much they've developed over the back half of the split. Losing G-Bunny might have made more of an impact than we thought. Potentially, that comfort to have alongside Array might have been something they've been building most of the split in order to continue. It's one of those greater than some of their pieces type deals, where even when you bring in someone talented like Julian or like Mission in that bottom side, that's the potential. As Maddie actually cuts rotation in his jungle to come in here and try to find a counter jungle of the Wolves away. He is supported by everybody here on bottom side for Supernova, but Cyber's not going to get baited on this one. Instead, he's going to hang around and just make sure there's not much they can actually do about this one, so they're just going to wait as just warding to come out from Supernova, making sure Cyber doesn't feel safe in his own jungle.
Yeah, and you can see the play possibly coming out. Death Sentence will be there. Beautiful use of the Black Shield to keep Cyber alive. Ignite burning away, but will be able to survive this as the TP's coming over here from the backside. Concept's there, waiting with open arms. Shookies auto-attacking away, laying into damage. Beautiful point blank binding. First blood goes over to Concept.
Big play here from Concept. Finally, you're seeing more aggressive and more map control from these winning lanes that are coming out from the side of Supernova, and they try to press into Cyber to get some more pressure into the likes of the Lilia. Last game it was the Kha'Zix, but this time Concept is ready. TP is available. You're able to catch them on the opposite side of the wall. Now you're getting first blood into the likes of Concept, who thankfully is the one who picks that up because he's the one who teleported, so want to burn those resources. And you're getting first drag into the game, something you did not get anywhere near on the side of Revival to start things off. Not to mention, you get no pressure.
Oh, wait a second. We have some more action, though. Lucian getting jumped onto, and he is gone.
Yeah.
And now it's Chookies. Doesn't have the mana. No Black Shield needed. Is getting stuck by the Udyr, and Maddie finds a solo kill of his own on the back end of that.
I do believe that right there we saw the I don't know exactly how to put this. Basically, unfortunately, the incoming presence of what could have been a very tough freeze kind of prompted the attempt of a Parka to come through from the side of Lobos and Chookies, but unfortunately, they're far too far up and they don't have the gold to sustain it. And so Maddie comes in and just punishes them for not having the ability to break that fast enough off the back of that dragon play. So really nice little tempo play from Maddie. I was curious where he was going to go, and I was trying to find him on the map. And as it turns out, he went into bottom side to immediately punish that bottom lane.
Sudsy! First death of the series has been claimed by Strumpist after he takes a unfortunate tower shot. But here comes Concept. He's looking to bring down the claws and finds a kill onto Concept there. The tower is going to be able to hit him up twice. Cavellet's in here in the area. Body slam will be all she wrote. An explosive cast, and they will be able to find another kill for themselves. Supernova answering back in kind.
I think what happened right there is Sudsy thought he was going to be able to get away from Strumpist very quickly, and so he just said, okay, I'm going to fight this out as fast as possible. Concept finds yet another good roam out of top lane to come punish, but this time it's Cavell who's got TP advantage, so you're able to respond with a handful of kills here on the side of Supernova, who've now found 2 really good double kills. The Dragon still went to the side of Revival, and you're not up too much gold at this point, but this is still the early game that we saw from Supernova where they're looking to play. Also, as we had alluded to, that was the first death for Sudsy throughout the entire tournament, so impressive first takedown now for Supernova. You gotta be able to break the mold. And here in game number 3, they're doing exactly that.
Yeah, but we did talk about it, Aurelia. A lot of a much harder champion than the others, like Galio and Cassio, to be able to pull that off on Suds. He does not get the stun there yet again, though. Now he has somebody else in his lane. Hey, there's 3 people here, Sudsy. What do? You try to turn this around onto Strumpus. He's going to find himself getting dumped onto there, and Maddie finds the kill. Sudsy goes down.
Not many places to go. Maddie's hovering around mid lane, as is Cavell, where Cavell is going to sack quite a bit more into Concept yet again. This is not the first time we've seen this happen during the course of the series, and there's not much to be done here because now also Cyber gets caught out on the blue buff, but you can't really do anything about it if you're Cavell because Concept is here to hover it. The best you can choose out 50-50, unless, of course, Cyber decides to play way too close to the likes of the Gragas.
Yeah.
Tristana is backing, too, by the way.
Concept is here, by the way, so he is getting pushed off of this. Cyber will be able to grab that. And, man, this is just... Right now, Cavell, by the way, has a tier, is sitting...
Needs it.
40, almost 40 CS down in this top lane matchup after these roams.
Like I said, Concept has been buying into this exact laning phase where it's like, okay, most of the time Cavell is the one who's making sacrifices for the map. But more importantly, Concept has actually found a couple of solid map plays and is not falling behind in the lane phase, almost having 2 full turret plates to his own name. And then also now he got Rift Herald as well. This topside control off the back of the back from Strumpus, where I think that was your one big mistake. Strumpus needed to come support the jungle pressure that comes through. Yeah, okay, here's Julian finding another room to topside. But they're not going to get much off of that. They're not winning bot side as hard because they had had those first couple of kills come through. But again, Revival is finding ways to attack towards this top side, towards their very strong volley there.
Yeah, Julian's roams haven't been able to come into the effect that he would surely want, but you were talking about you wanted to see a new look from Maddie. 201 has that turbo chem tank and has his tier 1 boot, so is going to be looking to run into one of these lanes and cause a ruckus in the very near future, and is looking a lot more comfortable than what he has in the past couple of games in this series.
Agreed. I'm now looking around bottom side because Dragon's going to be spawning here in just a second. And Lobos, please. Please don't get
here
hurt.
we go.
No, we missed
in a tricky spot. Death Sentence doesn't connect, but the bear slap is there as it is forward seen. The Colin comes out, but ain't nobody getting cuddled here today. Lucian's going to find himself getting taken down as Julian will just whip him with the chain and get that kill, and it will be just Julian really doing yet again phenomenal work here, just pairing together with Maddie.
Massive respect, I think, actually, given over to the side of Lobos, where, like, Lobos could have tried to press ult for the wave, which I think is the one thing he maybe have done wrong there, but at minimum, he did give the kill over to Thresh, and this should be Dragon going to the side of Supernova, but Cavell is going to lose even more on top side again, and Rift Herald should confirm the first tower of the game with no response anywhere else, unless you have 3 or 4 members here commit into bot side, but it looks like they're not even doing that. They're going to play into mid instead, so it's just Revival leaning consistently in the top lane as Cavell is just suffering right now.
This is what Julian did to them. This is their payback. This is their retribution. But Sudsy is being claimed for this as it is going to be the bomb ticking away. Strumpus finds himself yet another kill in the mid lane. Tower falls, first brick, but right now Supernova looking so much more comfortable when what they have this entire series in this early game.
Agreed. Maddie's actually having some really good solid play around the map. Cavell is suffering at the moment, but still sits deathless, 1-0-1, down 30 CS, 40 CS, whatever it is today. It looks like it's about 40 CS at this point. But Strumpus is continuing to advance. Array isn't as strong as they were last game, but does pick up first tower here on bottom side here for the side of Supernova. So this gold lead is sitting on about 3,000, which is, I think, a little bigger than what it was at this point last game from Supernova. It doesn't require Lucia or Julian to just consistently roam around the map. You still have this advantage in your two ADCs, but now Maddie's also in the discussion for somebody who's exceptionally powerful as well.
And I love talking about that gold because we got to see it flicker for a moment there, and the Callista is 2,000 of that. like that's exactly what Supernova wanted to have set up and have continue out into their mid game, and it didn't get to have that same success. And Julian being a little bit closer towards that side of the map, I feel like has definitely felt that success. As now he's level 6 and looking to drop off of bots at any one of these lanes, most notably Sudsy.
Pretty easily. Now, again, concepts back to bot side, where you're still able to collect a bunch of resources. It seems really heavily like Revival. They're just playing really, really heavily to bot side or to strong side, which is concept at all times. The problem is their damage is coming from 3 other sources, which are Cyber, Sudsy, and Lobos, and none of which are actually doing particularly well in this game. So these mid-game fights are going to have to be played around concept exceptionally well when it comes to some of these neutral objectives and things of that sort. As you see, now it's a 3-man collapse into top side here, where maybe Lobos gets caught again. He's just shoved away from another tower as this bottom side gold gap is now being leaned into really heavily from Supernova. In the previous game, Array had picked up a handful of kills to start, and they just kind of left him there, and now they're freeing up this laning phase for Array to just continue to dominate his opposition.
Yeah, and Cyber is down here in the bot side, just trying to continue playing to what is his strongest side. Is both these teams really catering to what their strengths currently are inside of this, and you gotta love to see that both of them recognizing what their win conditions can be. Tricky's looking to kind of roam around, and it's just playing around concept here.
Yes, the issue with this strategy from Revival, where they're leaning really heavily into this bottom side now, is that they don't take this tower remarkably quickly. In fact, actually, they're not even going to take it on this rotation for the most part. And there is a Tristana mid lane. So this mid lane inner is going to, or outer, my apologies, and Lobos dead.
Yeah. Lobos is gone. He got taken out there. Unfortunate for him, as Strumpus was able to get in there and get some assist money for himself there. And yeah, that's another tower to fall. That's a 1-for-2 tower, and you lost your AD carry. And Lobo's not having a great game inside of this one here. Neither is Sudsy, so they're kind of struggling a little bit here. There's a 4K lead in favor of Supernova.
It's a difficulty really heavily here from the side of Revival, where again, your damage is completely locked behind bars, at least gold bars, for the very next foreseeable future here up against your opposition, where you're still running this very powerful ADC duo. You're not likely to get the chance at a base race yet again, and even at this point, even with the Baron buff, I don't even know that you win that just because of how powerful Tristana is, as opposed to last game where the reverse was true, and yet they still came out with a win. This is looking a lot cleaner from the side of Supernova. They realized this composition is something that was not the problem. They coin flipped at the improper time. They made some mistakes. They fixed everything. They leaned more into this mid lane matchup where Tristana is now able to completely dominate Sudsy's Aurelia. You've been able to get Maddie unlocked across the map and find some additional ganks. And most importantly, again, your one winning side of the map is for a Volibear, a full tank Volibear, who's not going to be able to make too much of an impact in fights. Here as mid lane, we see some
Julian just speeding on in there in the middle of all of them, and Supernova have completely decimated HP bars. They're looking for the sleep. They're able to connect it onto 2 key members there, but it is not going to be enough just yet, it seems, as Revival, their HP bars are so low, and here comes the cleanup crew in Strumpus as he is looking to lay out the damage. Array finds one, Kragas finds the other, and it's an ace at 16.5 for Supernova in the mid lane.
I don't know exactly how it is that this game Revival was able to draft an even lower range composition than what they played into this in the previous game, but here we are where they can't get any damage out right now. Even the people who are doing well, which were Concept, who's not building for damage, and Cyber, who wasn't on anything important at the time, can't even make a really massive impact, where this is just a head-on fight that we're going to get to see here in a replay where you just come running in on both sides. And your front line, look at Concept. He's already down to half health. That's a hook immediately onto Lobos, who gets brought down. Like, what damage do you have? You got Q for Cyber putting a sleep onto only one member, and then the barrel coming out from Cavell kind of splits this fight in half. And yes, you get decent damage onto Julian mid. Strumpus also takes a fair amount just from Concept alone. But there's a reset on the rocket jump combined with the fact that Cyber just doesn't have the damage to bring him down in this 1v1, just completely loses everything here. Sudsy tried to get the backline, but it's just futile at this point. Dragon stacking is maybe the only one thing that Revival can do to try to stay in this one. Their win condition is more contingent around making sure they get damage, but it's not looking good right now.
It's not. I do want to take note of the fact that Quicksilver Sash definitely helped from that sleep on the Callista. So it is a big thing to take note of, as Rift Herald getting summoned in here in the mid lane over here at his inhibitor tower, and Revival are losing their inhibitor tower at less than 18 minutes. They tried to stop it, but just weren't there in the nick of time there. Now they have an open inhibitor in the mid lane, and Baron hasn't even came up just yet.
Oh, Sheldon, he got an additional auto attack off on that inner tower. That's so sad around the inhibitor.
Do you call Second Herald
I call
Sheldon?
Second Herald anything I want to call it, because there's no defined name by Riot Games.
Oh,
Anyone who tries to tell me otherwise, I have very strong opinions about this. Until Riot releases the name, I will not call it anything specifically. I'll make up.
I like to call it Herald. I like to believe.
I've heard Shelly. I've heard not Shelly. I've heard Herald. I've heard Sheldon. I've heard plenty of other things. I'll call it Blue if I want to, until Riot Games decides to give it an.
Blue is copyrighted. I hate to tell you this, real quick.
Or red.
but then we don't. We Blue is the Team Liquid mascot. We don't have the rights to that one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, all things aside, all memes aside, all copyright and DMCAs we could talk about right now, Supernova look like they're looking to lay claim to this game here, as they have such a commanding lead. This is the biggest lead we've had all series long, and Supernova just playing out their comp the way they wanted to. Cyber caught out, Black Shield keeping safe.
Yes, able to get out of that one, thankfully, because the Black Shield is going to deny any follow-up CC. It wasn't really a fight I think that either side wanted, and Revival had more numbers, but I don't even think they win it if they have that situation under wraps. Their side waves are not looking particularly good right now. They're just making sure to keep mid-pressure just in case a 20-minute Baron's going to come through, but even that, I think at this point, is really tough for them to try to stop right now.
Yeah, I think so as well, man. We're getting into the 20-minute mark. There's going to be a Baron. The giant purple worm is going to show up, and Julian with the fancy footwork is going to be able to take a very scenic route, but ends up at his destination nonetheless, with Array going unstoppable. And now This Baron is all but uncontested at this point in time, as Revival doesn't have a jungler. They don't have a way to really get in here. As Trompus looking to just jump on the Lobos, give the man a break. The stun will connect. They're looking to try and do something. The Vanguard's edge was used as well. You do see Julian in the midst of them all. The fight continues forward, but Array stays dominating all the same, and Revival have been forced off yet again. The spears are going to stack up. The bombs will tick away, and the worm will be claimed.
That it will. Oh,
Julian.
I saw it coming too, because Cavell turns for the honey fruit, and I'm like, Julian's not coming back from this one, and he's gonna fall. But despite that one blunder, it is now a 10,000 gold lead at only 20 minutes here from the side of Supernova, where they're going to be able to take it over top of Revival. They're down dragons right now, but that doesn't really matter, as it feels like anywhere on this map that they want to fight or force anything, they absolutely can, especially with Kalista in the back pocket. Right there, you saw the engagement over top of the wall is all that was necessary for them to break free and take this Baron fight for exactly their own. And this map is now officially theirs, because they pushed down every tower. They got mid lane inhibitor pushed into. They haven't taken it quite yet, but I'm sure that's just a stone's throw away. As Supernova looking a lot better in this one.
Yeah, well, I think a lot better is an understatement, right? This is the first time inside the series that we've actually felt a team really command a lead, and Supernova have done that expertly. They said, let's run it back with the same exact composition. Let's make some minor changes to how we approach the picking the ban phase. And there you go. The Supernova knew that they had the adjustments in their plan, gets to come to fruition, and we get to see the fruits of their labor here. This is really impressive coming out from Supernova, as all the pieces of the puzzle seem like they're here. And Maddie looking to see if he can go ahead and ruin one of these pieces. A beautiful explosive cast, this beautiful stun. But they're not able to get into these low HP bars just yet. The Lucian jumping around on the side here. Array goes godlike nonetheless. Cyber spamming the B, asking for them to please behave, but the bomb ticks and it takes away.
Get him, Maddie! Get him!
Maddie's looking
Job's not done yet! Get him, Maddie! You've hit the run in the spot! Where's the job done? Come on! Get him! Is he waiting? He doesn't have flash!
He knows.
He can't move either! He knows exactly where he's at!
This is the stalemate of the century, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my goodness. And he put another controller down!
Oh, here he goes. He's jumping onto him. The pop comes out. The Lucian begging for mercy.
Oh, there it is.
The base is going to get popped as an end result there. Supernova taking the win. Thank you, Observer, for showing.
Listen, the base is the least important part of that. You had a 10,000, 11,000 gold lead. You were winning a fight. Like, you're winning that game. They're just running into the base right there. The run and the stun got done. The job done was not there until we had the definitive proof. And notice how they didn't finish the game until the bear had the kill. And they had to make sure that we came to our prophecy and that came through. As finally we have a series. Supernova runs it back saltily, and they're able to take a dub here.
That was huge. That was huge. A lot of things that we wanted to see from Supernova. The plan that they had into fruition came into play, and then your wish came true. Maddie was able to have that performance you were looking for, Rebel.
That they were. I'm really proud of what Maddie was able to accomplish in this game. I think playing into mid lane was a lot stronger as well, because in the first game they played a little bit more towards like fighting around objectives, even though they weren't taking every single objective off the board, and they were giving more team fight possibilities to the side of Revival when that's really their strength. And in this third game where they ran back the same composition, finally we get them on something that's a little bit more comfortable, and they have a better game plan to come out where they're like, okay, that didn't work, let's try to play through mid lane. And that's exactly what they did. They were able to work through mid lane. They were able to work into objectives. This Kalista was still able to get a massive advantage. They shut off lanes that weren't necessary, and what would you know, they were able to take this one.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take it to a break as the 5-game series dream is still alive. We are going to come back and go straight to the analyst desk after our break to be able to get the breakdown and start to see, is this Supernova mounting their counterattack, or is Revival going to make the adjustments to seal the deal? We'll find out when we come back. Don't touch that browser.
So long have we awaited a supernova has been activated, friends. I said it before, they needed to win late, win game, but they chose to just simply win games. So shout out to Supernova for being able to take one back finally. And at the end of the day here, Peter, was it truly just yet again drafted?
I don't think it's necessarily a draft diff. The Irelia obviously is a big standout point. I think at
Mhm.
one point he was 0-4 and really just did not look very good on it. But I think the pick there is completely fine. It's just very volatile, that matchup. There were a couple instances where he maybe missed E on an all-in or just played it somewhat incorrectly or all in at the wrong timer. Whatever it may be, it was more about his mistakes as a player that game rather than the champions that were being picked.
Yeah, and speaking of champions being picked too, another one we got to highlight is Cavell in the top lane. Games 2 and 3, even though 2 didn't go Supernova's way, he's been really good on this Gragas pick. Of course, much more so in this game 3, where a lot of really well-timed exploding casts combined with Strumpet's Buster Shot as well. You just see like you see the entirety of Revival getting ping-ponged in these team fights, and it really looks terrible to play against, where you guys don't actually get to group up and fight properly. Instead, you're just getting bounced around and especially kept at bay. Because if you look overall, you're pretty much outranged. Like the key damage from Supernova outranges what Revival have. So their ability to keep you at bay means they're going to win these fights every day, every time.
Yeah, Supernova played these fights really well, and they kind of just showed that if they're playing how they're supposed to play and how they've played before, put resources in the Strumpus, play around your strong soul laners, let
Mhm.
Cavell do his own thing, and he'll be
Oh, yeah.
useful. You do that, they can win, and they showed very dominantly that game. It wasn't even close.
And shockingly so, when they follow through all the win conditions and don't base race, they managed to actually win the game. Like
Good
shocking
advice. That's
beatdown,
good
isn't
advice.
it?
It's a little bit shocking. It's crazy how that can be. And you know what? Whatever. We're not gonna lay into that too much. As much as I, oh my god,
Oh
that's the screen.
no,
You know what?
take it away.
Hyper,
I mean,
no.
No.
okay, I'm gonna really quickly towards the end of this. You gotta imagine that's like sunken cost fallacy for the side of Supernova. They're like, oh
No.
guys, we're already here. Like, oh no, they're gonna beat us. We gotta try and just auto faster, guys. That is something like that's gotta be the comment that went down there.
It's just auto faster, bro. Just win, stupid.
Maybe not that specifically, but I would have said something like that.
All these fallacies that you present here, beatdown is definitely you see that a hole that I find both of these teams are evidently digging themselves into, right? And Revival in that as well. They were picking as Peter mentioned, very volatile matchups too. And with the way the Greg has been working so well, Supernova's side, we would see it yet again in this team fight, bro. The class have been absolutely super duper smurf though, and yet again though, at this point to Sudsy, because how far behind us was, although the ultimate was so good, he wasn't able to put out enough damage at all. He wasn't able to do Aurelia thing. His Strumpus lives through everything and just takes them all down, bro. They were just so far ahead at this point. The fight and the game was really just theirs. So now when you're looking at it here, Peter, for Revival, do they come back into this, or do you think maybe Beatdown's prediction comes true and truer by the second?
They can come back into it quite like both sides can still easily win this series. I don't think no one is out, and I think it's very possible that we end up still going to game 5, even though that last game was super dominant by Supernova. I fully believe that if both teams even get somewhat of a fair draft, it's really up to who plays around their win condition most. Will Supernova put the resource in the strongest, or will Sudsy be able to scrap with Cyber and be able to fight all the time? Which one is it going to be? And that's the thing that we just need to watch and find out.
Absolutely massive thing point here too. And now, Beats, I'll come to you for a second, my brother. I know you want to win your prediction, but do you think it does have a possibility coming through? Will you reclaim your crown today, you think?
It's possible. I think the big thing in my mind for Revival going into the next game has got to be stop picking Lucian. I think Supernova made it very clear that they're comfortable running Callista Tristana, and Lobos doesn't really Lobos hasn't played League of Legends since game 1. He hasn't actually logged in. He wasn't allowed. They basically did the champion equivalent of DDoSing him. Like, were you watching those games? The poor dude was getting abused. Like, and it's not going to work anymore. You decide to swap. You're on blue side. Pick Tristana, please.
As you mentioned, right, they are on blue side this game for a revival, so perhaps he could possibly win it back, or maybe we could see the possibility going to game number 5, right, or a smack set, because after this game, we could be going to a game 6 poggers, but that remains to be seen. With that, we'll throw it over to our casters, Travis and Rebel Fox, to take us into game number 4. Take away, gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the UPL. Thank you to the desk, and thank you to the people in the chat. You guys have been ever so lively. I love seeing the energy that's out there. Keep it up. I want to see more copy pastas. I want to see more of them. But here, there is something here that hasn't been copy and pasted here. Supernova was able to take that last game to bring this into at least a game number 4 here. I'm Travis. I'm joined here with my ever so lovely co-caster Rebel Fox. Rebel, we're actually going to get this witness draft here. Are you prepared? Are you mentally? Do you have the mental fortitude? Because I've heard that there's something different here.
Are you referring to the side swap?
I might be.
Yeah, the Denson just mentioned that the sides have been swapped finally, and so we're going to get a chance to see exactly what happens on other sides. So now, we're not going to get it right back. Probably. It's possible, but probably not. More importantly now, you have to consider what blue side is going to do to the draft of Revival, and then what it's also going to do now to the draft of Supernova, and what we're going to see in game number 3. It's a little easier to do contextually once we see bans and such, but my goodness, like, this has got to be perhaps the most dramatic swap that we'll see all the entire game, as we've gone 3 straight games. Revivals had relatively similar compositions in all 3, at least workable compositions that are mix and match, or at least similar champions of sort. And now being on blue side, you have to think that whole strategy is going to be completely different. And to me, this actually does favor Supernova, as now they get the opportunity to not only get counter picks for people like Strumpist, who definitely want that, and also now to change up their drafting style, because they've been stuck on blue side most of the time.
Yeah, it also brings up this whole different dynamic of what are you first picking, right? Like game 1, we saw the first pick Akali. Then in the past 2 games, we've seen, Tristana being first picked. It's been a lot of priority on that. Now, Supernova, do you give up Tristana? Do you give up Seraphine? Supernova's been banning the champion on blue side, so why not keep banning it? It's a lot of interesting dynamics coming out here.
So, Travis, I'm gonna let you on a little bit of a tip here, so everybody just come real close. If they pick Tristana, here's the secret.
Mm-hmm.
Don't pick Lucian. It's that simple. It's really just that simple. 2 games in a row, we saw Lucian bot into Tristana. Like, it doesn't work. It's not gonna work. Just don't pick that. It doesn't matter if you want to first pick Tristana here. I don't care what you first pick of your Revival. Just don't pick Lucian and Tristana. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's kind of flopped a little bit here. By the way, Revival did make an adaptation here. Thresh banned away. So, Julie, stop going crazy. Stop roaming on it. What else you got?
And now also, it's like, can Chookies actually play Rel? Because again, if you're going to go Rel Alistar, that's also a possibility that could be traded off. But there's 0 priority for it for Supernova. You could make an argument that you could possibly get it in like B2, B3 territory, which is just a robbery for a Rel pick, or even into the later stages, into the 4-5 range. It's not completely ridiculous.
Yeah, could be. Now, last is going to be the Seraphine. Supernova just do not want this idol to take stage and is going to be banned away. Revival, first pick is on the table for yourself. What do you grab?
Tristana's a possibility. I think that the Volibear is a very real possibility here as well. Tristana's my preference pick, and that makes a lot of sense. And then it can even come back in the next phase if you want respond to something that Supernova's going to grab here, because they have to grab 2 positions. If they don't grab double flex, respond to one position that you're going to see, and then you grab Volibear. And immediately you've got double flex in both mid and bot lane for Tristana. You've got top and jungle flex for your Volibear, and then you've got a response position that you've already gone to, and it's very tough for Supernova to be put into that position.
Yeah, what is the thing is now, Supernova, what are you grabbing, right? Julian had his signature thresh off the table. Maddie had a great performance last game. I think he was 4-0-10 at the end of the game on the Udyr. So looking to continue to kindle that flame that was sparked in game number 3 for Maddie, it seems. What else do you want to grab here to go with it, though?
That's an interesting idea of what to actually come to. This makes the most sense as Kai'Sa is still really strong. A lot of other picks have kind of popped up as like you got like Caitlyn and you've got Jinx and you've got like Ezreal, and all of them are playable in certain situations. But it seems like Kai'Sa Tristana is just the guaranteed go-to for the majority of bot lanes in most situations. That's just your best blind 2 bot laners that you're going to go to at any point. An interesting point also to bring up. I remember game 1 Nico got banned. Do you remember Nico getting banned in game 1? Hasn't been banned since then. We haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, it hasn't been banned since.
I wonder,
then,
maybe that was a wasted ban game 1, but maybe it would be cool to see the Nico.
Yeah, so see what it is, but they're going to go ahead and lock in a Nocturne. Still a flexible pick. Could go to Concept, could go to Cyber. Cyber might be wanting to continue his trend of playing a unique jungler every game in this series. And Karma, if this gets locked in, this was a champion that was banned away. So there's a lot of fletzing happening from Revival if they lock this in. It is there.
I like that quite a bit. Now, the big thing is, I will say they could have responded potentially with Hecarim coming out here in one of these 2 positions, but obviously wanting the Nocturne that you can flex into either your jungle or your topside position, or even into mid lane because of Sudsy, and the combined, the same thing where you've got like support mid top potentially for the Karma. I doubt that's going into Concept's hands for a number of reasons, but if you have to flex it, you definitely can in that particular regard, as it's a much more straightforward trap for Supernova. They're not hiding anything with this trap at all. They're just like, all right, we got our jungler, we got our bot laner, we got our support. That's it. There's no shenanigans being played.
Supernova being straightforward and true to their heart, while Revival is out here fletzing like it's a fletz off going on here, So is definitely a very interesting situation. One side's fletzing, the other one's just poking out their chest proudly. Have to see what the end result of that will be, but Supernova and Revival going through ban phase number 2, and Supernova, they're banned into one role where they're feeling the most sure of, and they're just like, Leona gone. No, stop it.
At minimum, I think what we'll see another position get hit here by Supernova, just because if you double up on one pool, then you can force a champion into a pool, or they just have a counter pick that they're looking for. So it's really tough to try to hit things really precisely. So typically when you go for a heavy amount of flex, it's good to hit multiple positions with the second banning phase. You see that really commonly, not just in amateur, but in all levels of play, to hit multiple positions like this. So you expect this is probably mid or something along those lines. Instead, they're really convinced this Karma is not going into support role, and so they're going to go for double support here.
As it says, we've been looking. We see your solo queue. We're raising you up. We know you're playing that Karma. Or it could be Concept. Who knows? Ew. It could be an interesting story here. But yeah,
you want to go crazy into theory crafting. This car goes at the AD position in the bot lane, and then you have solo lane Tristana, and then you go really nuts. So it's a penta.
Oh, and if we go even crazier, a dimension further beyond, they pick Senna. They go Senna, and then they do Fasting Senna with Nocturne Bot. Boom!
This is insane.
That's the Galaxy Brain play, though, okay? I'm just put that out there. But does look like Supernova is going to just go ahead and blind pick their top, which makes a lot of sense for them, and Cavell takes the 8 shots.
Actually, kind of interesting because Revival went for double mid lane ban, but you know that they're getting a counter pick, and you want to make sure that those 2 champions still come out. But if you knew the top lane was going to get picked, you could have potentially pitched the top cool, gotten a better top lane matchup for yourself, knowing that was going to come through. And as it turns out, despite double support bans, Rel still does not get touched. They're not going to get that one. The whole point of all of these kind of shifts and stuff is that you don't actually up affecting the pool, and somehow Rel just slips past Supernova.
I was about to say here, by the way, Rebel, Camille got through this entire time, man. That has been something that has been perma-banned against him inside this series, and Concept is on his best champion, and he has been dictating the pace of top lane. So this is going to be raid boss material for Supernova. I have to see how they go into that, as Strumpus is taking Victor here into the mid lane against this Karma.
That's a little bit of a disappointing R5 for me, thinking about who strongest is and all the champions you could have brought out here, and then they're just gonna be like, yeah, Victor. Victor feels like an R4 champion you could have gone to blind into whatever you wanted to put into the mid lane pool, but it's understandable at least that they want a little bit more scaling to come out here. And I think you kind of hit the nail on the head here. This Camille and this ability to carry for concept is not something they've really come to because they had Nocturne in game 1, which did phenomenal things, and Volibear in the second 2 games had a really big impact as well. But this Camille is the first really true just kind of lane stomp champion we're going to see into the likes of Cavell, and it's probably a little bit harder of a matchup than something like the Gragas, but certainly the Camille can take over this game in the right situation.
Yeah, it could be a very, very disgusting situation for you to have to deal with. Because as we all know, Camille, fair and balanced champion, definitely does not do true damage of any sort. That just mulches your HP bar. Doesn't like that. No, definitely not here. But Revival has a composition here that is very interesting to me. They have a very supportive mid laner here for Sudsy, with this Karma pick that they flitzed around, and with a Nocturne, a Camille, and a Tristana, this is going to be a very interesting game. I'm going to be keeping my eyes on Sudsy's build path, I feel like, to see exactly how he's looking to support his team.
It's a very interesting forward fighting composition where you've got like Karma, the Alt E to be able to put like Nocturne and Camille and Tristana and Rel into this team, and you don't really have counter engage this time, where it's not like a counter dive to push in to try to get like this this Tristana the way that Akali was working in game number 1 for Strumpus. Instead, it just feels like a team that's gonna like butt heads with them in the middle, and they're just gonna smash and connect and see who's gonna end up winning front to back, which makes 2 interesting ideas. Again, ADC versus ADC, which is partly what we saw in game number 1. And number 2 is Concept's ability to get into backline versus like say Maddie or Cavell's ability to get onto low boss and their ability to affect that. Cyber has the same kind of effect where you can get onto the ADC in the backline. And again, there's not a ton of build. You've got Nautilus, but there's 2 people who are trying to get on the backline. So Revival's now the one with the dive potential and the dive threat to try to fight through this front to back to get onto the primary damage threats of Victor and Kai'Sa.
Also, I love the fact that we are seeing a little bit of a stylistic change, right? Thresh gives you a little bit of utility usually, but now we see the Nautilus coming out for Julian. And you don't have some of the same cheesier strats that you get to go for inside of the laning phase, of course, but this is a champion that packs a lot more CC than what Thresh brings to the table. So I am curious to see how this interaction will revolve around, because we've seen Julian basically in that last game see a lot of success just staying between bot to mid lane in that last bit instead of deep invading into Cyber's jungle. And I'm curious if we're going to see Julian adopt a similar path of game 3 or kind of go back to his roots in game 2 there.
I feel as though Julian will not have the same kind of agency, because in the previous game they had a ranged mid laner into a melee mid laner, and they also had Callista for the early game who were able to push into the likes of Lucian to start with, and so you have priority in mid and in bot lane. And in this game you simply don't have that. First off, Karma's going to have priority for a little while, at least until Victor gets onto first upgrade, gets the Death Laser upgrade, and Lobos having like the bomb and everything else to be able to push out waves should be faster than Kai'Sa, at least till Kai'Sa gets onto Serrated Dirk, which is when finally the waves will start to push out. But this early game should be dictated more by Chookies in between the bot and mid, which means that Cyber can play either A, really heavily to top side, or if they're leaning in trying to fight against the tide of what happens in the mid and the bottom lane, you can actually play really heavily in the bot side as well, make that counteraction into Maddie like we saw more so in game, I think, number 1 where that was happening.
Yeah, and I'll be looking out for that. I also want to see how Cavell's impact is going to be on Aatrox, right? On game 2 and 3, his Gragas play was actually pretty good, right? Starting off engages, finding a lot of explosive casts that were very vital, was trying to play a supportive role in his team while also playing his damage threat with building the AP on the Gragas itself. Aatrox is a very similar champion, except that a lot of that is loaded onto his Q, slamming down that sword in different variations. And I'll be keeping my eye on Cavell because he's a person that's been looking for those angles to start these fights. And Aatrox is a very much so different champion, but at the same time, still has some tools to start up some stuff.
It's interesting to think about what Aatrox's kind of idea is in this comp, because typically Aatrox is really good at keeping melee / mid-range champions at bay with that Q. Like you said, it's a lot of damage, a lot of sustain, and a lot of CC to actually lock people down with. And it's good enough into the Camille that I think you're worthwhile taking it into that laning phase. But when you're playing into this more kind of smash head versus head type thing, you're not able to peel off a good amount of the dive that's going to come through on top of your Kai'Sa, and that might run you actually into a good number number of problems.
Yeah, I think that's kind of like my biggest concern,
Mhm.
right? Like the laning phase in theory, right? You think about it and you're like, Aatrot's pretty good in lane. Camille is able to really take advantage of some of Aatrot's weaknesses and with hit and run tactics. So I'll be curious to see also how the Camille matchups played inside of this, because Concept has just been this person who we've all known to be able to play Camille. And I think that's kind of the elephant in the room is the Camille pick. This is the big pick for Concept. This is Concept getting this champion for himself. And like you said, we've talked about it. Analyst Test has talked about it. Concept has been on point all series long.
Yeah, on one hand, he's been kind of slaying the laning phase. He's actually been making some really good impacts across the map without sacrificing too much on the top side. He's been punishing in the right situations. Really, really good decision making when it comes to, should I join this fight or should I wait, or should I just like continue split pushing waves, things of that sort. Should I call this bluff for this fight or should I actually be there? That was really evident in game number 1 when he was on the Nocturne, and I think that's the case. On the other hand, it's not Wukong. It's the one thing that disappoints me. I love the Wukong coming from Concept. He was one of the best at it at one point. Camille has since taken that throne during the course of this offseason, and he's exceptional at the Camille as well. And that's not something to scoff at. That was more of just a reference to Wukong being one of his better champions and one of the amazing team fighters that he's got. But this Camille pick puts so much more pressure into the side lane to keep Aatrox drawn out of team fights that I think that it's well worth discussing that like the Camille alone might be enough to actually pull enough pressure out of these fights to really just pull apart all the pieces that Supernova have put together.
Well, he played it last week, so who knows? If this goes to game 5, maybe we might have some Wukong action to go into here. As we can only hope, right? We always love to see some quality Wukong action, and Concept and Alorm are like the 2 Wukong players that we really get to see pop off on the champion. So is definitely something that's very welcome whenever you get to see a player, unique top laner like Concept, who has this little bit of diverse pocket picks. I love it. I love to see it. But I want to see what exactly they got. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to see right here, right now. We're going into game number 4. Revival still at match point. And Supernova, they are looking to bring this to game number 5 and complete a reverse
Step into the river. No, he committed the cardinal sin. He didn't step into the river.
This is going to be rough. Cavell, you need to dash on out of there. He's going to get jumped onto. Lots of damage coming his way. If he doesn't get out of harm's way, the damage is there. First blood going over to Cyber.
It was flash and it was ignite used, but it's the cardinal sin, man. If you are guarding top lane, walk into the river so you can see both walls. I say it all the time.
Yeah.
And it's
you don't even have to walk all the way in the river.
No, you don't have to be in the river. You just have to be able to see the pathways that people can walk. And like, it's still tough to get away in that case, but at least you can flash early. You could drop a ward in the tri-brush. There's more time to react with. But in this case, you're so far back in the tri-brush, you don't see them until right about this second right here, which is when Cavell gets over. But by that time, Chookies is already ready to go, and your flash is way too late from Cavell because you can't see it coming in time. And so it gets burnt way too late. First blood onto the Nocturne, not exactly the person you want to give that one over to.
Yeah. I mean, Cyber, though, he's right now, he's on his 4th unique champion inside of this series. Has played a different champion every single game so far inside this series, and has been a bit of a force to working with. Also, by the way, I do want to take note, Concept has taken the Conqueror on the Camille. So we do have that for ourselves here. And there's double combat sums in the bot lane.
That is interesting to see. Exhaust is brand new. It's actually not brand new tech. It's been tech that's been around for a little while, but somehow its implementation has been kind of slow. But suddenly all these kind of full all-in type ADCs, when you think about like what Tristana and what Kai'Sa do when they just like ult in or they jump in with a rocket pack or whatever it might be, the exhaust is so much more useful than something like heal where you're just going to get a bit of health back, or the ignite is just going to be able to deny you a fair amount of that, which is why exhaust has just become preferential. It's also good as an offensive spell instead of heal, where it's just like the speed up and a little bit of health. Instead, you're able to slow somebody down, keep them within your auto-attacking range, and reduce their damage against you. So exhaust, I think, is huge for ADCs in a lot of situations, into each other, and then also into things that danger them outside of the laning phase.
I love it too, just because it means that the bot lane is looking for blood. Like they're saying we're scrapping, and there's no putting any band-aids on this. Somebody gets laid out. And that's what the end result has to be there. And that's what I love, man. I want to see these two teams really clashing against each other. And the more I get to see that, the happier I am.
Play-by-plays often like to watch a lot of fighting.
I like the chaos, man. What can I say? As Chucky gets stunted there, as you did see Julian get a good bit of negation onto the aggression from Chucky's, but now Maddie is here in the flank. They're looking for it, and there will be a kill secured. Maddie's the next target. Exhaust has been used, and he's taking it as well. All those spots himself. Another kill, and now this Tristana 1-0 and 2. Lots of money in the pocket.
Supernova. They were trying to get away with murder right here, where it's like, okay, they're just trying to stall for time to make sure that Maddie gets into this fight. They're like baiting Cyber more and more forward, and in just like a blink of time, Flash comes in. You're actually going to get to see this because they're baiting this forward. You see that Cyber's going to come in and continue on to Julian, who's on this Nautilus pick, and it's not going to be a quick kill, but at least getting this fear off is something that they're going to believe in. We're actually back to live.
There's more action here, man. Cyber got jumped onto in the gravity field, and Maddie is going to be able to grab that kill. But now we see the rest of Revival. They are looking to continue on forward. The Ward is going to be able to spot him out on this. The hook shot coming on through. Not going to be able to connect onto Julian just in the nick of time. Maddie goes in the bear stance, but isn't going to be slapping nobody, as that is going to be Revival just backing off the rest of Supernova.
Yeah, not anytime soon, at least. And especially with now Chucky's, I think what wanting to be accomplished here from Revival is denying Maddie a Scuttle Crab on topside, which is precisely what's going to happen here because Rel is still hovering around on topside and there's not much to be done. And Sudsy also has wave pressure. It's Julian level 2 roaming again.
Yeah, Julian level 2.
Cool. Hello? Hello?
Froze for a moment there. There we go. Yeah, there it is. Apparently everything decided it wanted to freeze for a moment there, as we do see Lobos laying in some damage of his own. Said, I can roam too! I got double buffs.
That he can. Able to get out of the laning phase. Unfortunately, again, this cover for topside was also that Cyber could try to double scuttle and get more experience just to try to get to level 6 first. And Chucky's, he's doubled back on the topside. These supports do not exist. They are second junglers, and they're living within the opposing jungle. They're collecting no experience, so it's just 3 sets of solo laners across the board here.
Honestly, this game, when looking at the supports, feels so irrational. They're so confrontational. It is honestly just these supports just roaming around. And you got to talk about Julian setting the pace here inside of it. We didn't see the supports roaming around like this until he got brought into the midst. And now both the supports are like, all right, we both got to move around. We got to get all across the map. But you are seeing Julian is leading the way when it comes down to these roams.
Oh, and here comes Chucky's as well as Lobos. I know they really want that cannon, but they got to be real careful here.
Yeah, Urel is going to tank that anchor toss there as the gravity field comes on in. Beautiful flash coming out, but the Chaos Storm is going to burn through. And the Tristana, you don't want to walk back into it. The action still continuing. They do cancel the TP from the Camille. Karma's coming over here into the bat side, looking to see if she can lay out the damage. Sudsy is here. He's going to be able to tether up the damage, but Strumpet's going to be able to get the kill on the Tristana with the Death Laser. And Supernova do find a kill off of that dive.
It's Revival. They play this strategy really well where they just try to cover their lanes all the time. They play this kind of like, okay, we're going to roam across the map to match whatever's coming out from Supernova. And right there, it's just a little bit of overreaching. You think, okay, Sudsy's here. Maybe we can find a play into Julian. He's very low. Maddie's starting to lose his health bar. In fact, this re-engage actually could come out very, very effectively. They're going to find them in the pit.
Yeah, they're looking for him inside the pit, and Cyber will find one, and we'll find another double kill inside of the pit, and that is going to be huge for the side of Revival.
This might also be a little painful if Kaiza gets her back stopped. It looks like Chucky's is waiting just on the wings, trying to make sure that it does. Okay, not going to. I thought a Q would get thrown or something there, but kind of my hopes were dashed as they're not going to dive underneath of the tier 1 here as Tristana wasn't able to push the wave fast enough. And this is Revival claiming so much gold back. Yes, they lose the first dragon, which is a cloud break, and it can make some impact, but goodness gracious, getting all this gold, especially into the pockets of Cyber, is humongous for their map presence in this early game.
Yeah, I 100% agree. 3, 1, and 2 has his tier 2 boots and has been making use of them. They ain't just for looks. They are made for, well, I would say walking, but not turning got no legs. So is a curious case there, but even so, 3, 1, and 2, 100% KP here. And this Cyber's been looking pretty good. We've been talking about how good Concept has looked all series long, but Cyber's also been a performer inside of the series.
He's been incredible. Yes, I agree with that entirely. In game one, a really big reason why they won. In game two, soaked so much pressure and did not bend or did not break through all the bending that he needed to do. Game three even had some pretty solid effects trying to make control of the map, even though they lost relatively easily. And now having more than enough agency to make a massive play on the map, as he's a level ahead of the Udyr on the opposite side, able to clear really effectively. Chucky's is even helping him out a little bit. Yeah, I don't know what.
Dual jungle's back, baby.
Oh my goodness. Bring back the meta where we just like go full inhib trade level 5. just full one entire lane for one entire lane just to get a bunch of gold inflow, like just flooded in to make sure somebody's carry is going to be
Dark
loaded.
days there that we're talking about. The spell shield coming through for Cyber, trying to just negate Cavell from being able to be cheeky, but he did have to burn the World Ender to be able to get away from that. So good on them to be able to do.
This is painful again. So if you watch right now, Revival has to play really hard weak side bot lane, just because Maddie's down there and this duo lane. Oh goodness gracious, Lobos.
Yeah, Lobos is trying to play this. There's the TP coming on through. Is going to rocket jump forward, sees the possible kill, and will find it here. Set up the dive on me, will you? He calls in his other support, Sudsy, to go in. The rocket jump turns into a Goomba stomp. He uses the Buster Shot to get the range, reposition yourself, but the Death Laser will still find its target with laser precision. Sudsy finds the kill onto the Kai'Sa, still trying to lay out the damage, is looking to try and rush off Strumpus, and Strumpus will make it out, as well as Sudsy with their lives.
It shouldn't have gone that well, to be quite honest, for Lobos, because he shouldn't have been able to access that wave. But that TP from Sudsy to cover right there, I expected this just to be a trade of sides of map where you're going to tank a little bit, and then immediately Cyber's going to be able to roam into this top side and help out his Concept, who's just smashing Cavell in this lane on his own right now. But the problem is, because of the deaths that come through, there's cover here now.
They don't know. They don't know. Cyber is going to get shot in, doesn't get caught by the chain, doesn't get yoinked back in there, but will be shut down, sending all that gold over to the Aatrox, who desperately needed it.
This is payment for the defensive bot side. Lobos, okay, so Lobos shouldn't have been able to get up to that wave because he walks up and because they actually get a couple of kills and because Karma has to burn TP. Now there's resources pulled into bottom side of the map. So if you try to make a cross map play, you have to do it really quick. Cyber should have been there maybe like 2 waves faster. If he is, then they at least pull a couple of plates off, and now all of a sudden Concept is up like 1,000, 1,500 gold something over Cavell, and Cavell number comes back in this laning phase. Instead, they try to do it greedily in attempts to punish for the dive setup with this massively stacked wave, and all that it does is buy time here for the likes of Julian to head up and able to cover for Cavell to make sure that that's going to come through and to give shutdown gold over. So a tit for tat, a soul for a soul.
No, Matt, let's repeat it. Hey, what's up, man? You don't have the rest of your friends here? Too bad. Concept finds himself the kill there. Paranoia coming in from Cyber.
It is revenge yet again. This has been a trend that I've seen in this game. Whenever somebody heads up the top side and just ends up dying, then just somebody comes back and revenges them just a second later. Rift Herald's still in the pocket of Cyber as well. They could make a move for it. I think they're waiting to see if Cavell is going to burn TP first, just so they could try to dive him the second time, as Dragon likely is going to pull the attention of Supernova on the opposite side of the map. And they're down here because they were taking complete control of the river. And there's TP from Cavell. All Cyber would have to do is follow up behind him. He's going to see him right now this might be painful.
Hey, listen, Cavell, welcome back to lane. Remember me? It's Cyber. He's going to be looking to try and jump onto him. Is going to be able to pop that spell shield. Is laying out a good amount of damage. Concept's going to join into the fray. They're laying out a heaping amount of damage, and it is going to be a kill yet again going over to Cyber here. And Herald will be summoned in the top lane. That will probably be first brick. They sacrificed a Drake for it, though.
Yeah, so this is the play that was supposed to happen just a minute ago, before they put resources into low balls on the bottom side. And all that did was help Lobos, I think, in the end, and you traded a dragon for that. So effectively what you did is you traded 2 kills and then a 3rd kill onto Sudsy, onto Lobos, for this dragon after all things said and done, which leads you to a 5,000 gold lead here on the side of Revival.
That's 2
and
towers.
they pull a 2nd tower on top side because no one's here to actually respond. And probably a charge. Oh no, I wish they would have covered the charge because that would have been huge. Oh,
Oh! Another hero play.
I thought, man, I thought it was there.
Not all heroes wear capes, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see now, Cavell trying to do his best to hold off against everything. Cyber going to use a spell shield to make sure the gravity field isn't going to be able to stop him. He will be able to get out of harm's way. Depth charge going to be able to connect onto Chookies. They have the killer instinct magnet pool coming on in, but it's only going to draw him closer to his own dome as Chookies has to go down.
They find a kill. They find it specifically onto Chuggies, and they're trading bot tower and bot plates, especially into Tristana, which again, because of Ray, I don't think picked up that kill right there, is another not great play from the side of Supernova, where they're attempting to grasp at straws in the mid lane to punish this like a really, really far extension, attempting to get that Rift Herald in. They were trying to find Cyber because multiple members came to the defense of Cyber. They were able to find one in transition, but again, 3 tower plates and waves that are being caught by the side of Lobos here on this Tristana. All you're doing is keeping the Tristana involved in this game when Lobos has absolutely no business having done so because of a couple of plays that have occurred on the opposite side of the map. Again, it's 5,000 gold deficit. A big part of that is concept, and the rest of this map is still doing perfectly fine for the side of Revival. All they got to start doing is denying some more dragons. If they give up next dragon, things get a little bit dicey, but still, they should have more than enough gold in their back pocket to begin taking a lot of these fights around neutral objectives.
I 100% agree with you. They should be able to still be able to find their way. We'll have to see if that's going to be the answer to reply that is going to be given here, as these two teams right now. Revival has the highest gold lead that they've had all series long in favor of themselves here. It's almost a 6K difference in favor of themselves. So Revival feeling a little bit confident here, and they do have themselves on quite some comfortable champions for themselves. Have to see if they continue to keep this momentum and continue playing the game they want to play, or if Supernova is going to find their way to turn the tide in their favor.
Yes, and that partially comes in due to scaling. I was going to make mention before the game started that this is probably the most relaxed pick we've seen for Strumpist in their early game, as most of the time they're playing to him to some extent, and it's not super easy to play to a Victor, who now on 11.6 is rocking this really, really incredible Ludens, as a dive potential actually begins to get set up for top control, not only for mid lane, potentially on a Strumpist, where there's a bunch of people right now helping out Strumpist, but more importantly, Concept can push up as far as he wants to try to put some pressure onto the inhib tower and maybe around the next Rift Herald that's going to be spawning just a couple seconds here.
Yeah, there is a watch. Does have that stopwatch for Strumpus, so does have that safety net. Knows, hey, Cyber could dive me, so making sure to stay protected in that way best that he possibly can. And now it's Revival getting themselves another Herald that I call Herald. Not Sheldon.
You call Herald. So not Sheldon, not Herald. I've also heard Shirley. Those are the
Shirley. Shirley, I've heard. I prefer that the first one is Shelly.
First one's Shelly. Everybody knows that.
Everyone's fine with that. It's the second one that nobody agrees on. I think Herald. I think it's just Herald the Herald, like Harold. Like that's just my personal.
I will accept it when everybody accepts it. Because if you ask anyone in chat, we're going to get different answers from everybody.
Chat, can I get an answer?
We already got one disagreeable from our producer because we have one person saying Shelly versus Shirley. Like that's just like already it's one for Shirley and one for Harold. It's you need a definitive answer. We need an authoritative body to tell us who we're supposed to say, and no one will step up to the plate here.
One of these days, we'll have a stream dedicated just to this heated discussion. But right now, we have a stream dedicated to what looks like it could be a almost possible dive setup from Revival, but sniffed out by Supernova.
Yeah. Rift Herald's available in the inventory right now of Cyber, and I'm curious where he's going to go with it, because I have to assume they're going to use it to try to pull attention away from this dragon. As a fight, he's playing with fire a little bit as they're continuing to grasp control of this river. It could just be that Supernova maybe wants to try to pull mid lane. I think that might be... It's a little strange that they're just kind of contesting mid lane control when they know the dragon's going to be available. They're poking their heads here.
Oh, Chucky's gets jumped onto. Concept goes into the midst of it all. Lays out
Maddie
some
took a
good
lot of
damage onto Maddie. Chucky's looking for more. Does not connect with the magnet pull, though, as it's going to be a hook shot. Concept finds the kill on the back end of the hook shot. It's a 1-for-1 so far. Cavell not there at all just yet. Cyber was able to slay the dragon while all of this was happening.
Rift Herald.
And Rift Herald is available, has been brought in. Paranoia coming through. The gravity field's there for the stun on the Cyber. No Chaos Storm to aid into this. Cavell's into the backside. He's gone ahead and popped the World Ender, laying out the damage that could possibly be needed here. Not going to connect with the anchor toss from Julian, as it's going to be Reset City coming on through. That's another kill to go over to Revival. Strumpus is alive to defend, and Maddie has rejoined the fray. But in the HP bars of Revival are dropped down considerably. They will make a swift retreat.
They will, but gold's still flooding into their pockets as they're able to find another mid lane tower, a handful more kills, and they get their first dragon of the game all off the back of just this one play. I think part of that is I'm a little confused. Cavell was on top side trying to pull some additional resources. You'll see him up there as this is the dive that comes out. Cyber, it's way too easy to be able to pick onto a Ray right there. Yes, Gravity Field's able to stall him up for a little bit of time, and Rift Herald takes this. That Cavell finally TPs into the backside to try to find some play, but again, Cyber, all he needs to do is walk into this, and then nobody's on low balls either.
And nobody's on low buzz. He's just jumping around, man. There's no stopping him. He's hopping around. It's a hop and skip and jump. He's going to be able to find himself plenty of kills. And yeah, it's just as simple as that for Revival. And right now they're sitting with an almost 7K lead at almost 20 minutes into the game. And Paranoia coming through. Hello, Cavell. Remember me? I was in your lane, and it is now in his face. Cyber is just straight up bully.
Yep, we're back to cyberbullying, the same joke that we've run already in this series.
It never gets old.
It never gets old. It's perfect. It's literally perfect. Yes.
He's literally got a great tag just for that same pun over and over again.
Also, you have low balls that pulled mid lane tower, and now again, I was going to talk about gold distribution at the moment because Karma's got enough gold, especially with Everfrost and now Staff of Flowing Water, for more than enough. But importantly, like Array's been able to pick up some kills here and there to keep him relevant, but low balls has been able to spike ahead in terms of what gold you've got, and then you've got
Concept.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and between Concept and then also Cyber, both of them are sitting on like 3,500, 4,000 gold lead over top of their opponents, which is already difficult enough. But again, when you come down to like backbones of these fights and it's ADCs and mid laners, ADC still got the advantage here for the side of Revival, which is what's making this even more difficult.
100% agreed. And good gosh, right now Revival look like they're in complete control of this game here. And remember, this is the deciding game for the side of Revival. They pick up this dub, they got punched their ticket right into the finals.
That they do. And it's crazy because, again, we just to revisit this topic, which we talked about during the first and second games of the series, this was supposed to be a matchup between the two top teams that we had in the league. Coming into the season, these were kind of referred to as our top seeds for the first and the second group here, and they're coming out as opponents in match number
Paranoia
one.
Coming through. Stopwatch will be able to buy some time for the victor. Will it be enough as Concepts over here in the back? That beautiful magnet pull to be able to pull in 3 members. It's going to be 2 kills going over to Revival. They're looking to clutch out a couple more, as it's going to be 3. They're looking for the 4th. It will be secured. They're finding Array. He uses the killer instinct, but he will go down right in front of the pit, and that is going to be Baron for Revival, and this could be the play that sets them up for the game.
I really think it's going to be at this point. It's so hard to catch this composition now because there's multiple ways to access damage members in both Strompist and Array when you've got Cyber and Concept this fed. Not to mention you can't even play front to back because Lobos just does more damage than what a Kaiser will do, especially into a team that doesn't have like the most ridiculous front line. Yes, you've got Nautilus. Yes, you've got a little bit of like the Udyr who's going to be your main front line, but Tristana can absolutely shred through the remainder of this team like with absolutely no problem. And so coming back in this one for Supernova, it's got to be completely contingent on Dragon maybe maybe stealing a Baron or an Elder Drake at some point, but that's not something you can always count on. It feels like this is going to be Revival's game to lose. Like we were saying, these are the top two teams coming into the splits. I think Revival dropped a little bit of expectation from where we expected them to be, just because they came in as the 2 seed and not the 1 seed out of their group. But you're seeing right now exactly the reason why we had them so highly prioritized in our early season and why they went 6-1 in their own group up against some of their opposition.
Exactly that. Now, Supernova, they are going to have to put on a brave defense here. They're going to have to look for some sort of option. They're looking for any semblance here. They don't want to just drop it just because everything looks dim, and trying to rack their heads to figure out how exactly do they find the crack in this armor that is showing zero skin whatsoever. Revival has built themselves in quite the juggernaut.
They have. Mid lane is going to go down pretty much immediately because they've got Baron buff minions and they got
raised
Tristana
damage. He didn't even get autoed there.
Nope. It's pretty crazy, isn't it, to be able to see that one? It's now, Mountain Drake #2 is taken, as well as for if this happens to go into later game and you're just riding this 12,000 gold lead out for the remainder of the game here on the side of Revival, these dragons are going to be your win condition. Cavell continues to push while his team gets sieged up on by this Baron buff. We're waiting for more waves in mid, and actually both waves are crashing at exactly the same time, perfectly set up here by Concept. As mid lane tower goes down.
Paranoia coming in to TP from the Aatrox, but there's always going to be one member getting taken off of the map here. Supernova trying to fight back valiantly, but the damage is just not there. A double kill coming out for the Tristana. They catch him in the gravity field, but the GA is going to be there. A flash from Sudsy. They hold the hook shot, not going to be able to catch the stun just quite there. Array is going to have to dash out of harm's way, and the rest of Revival is going to have to find themselves on a swift retreat here. Strumpus looking to continue forward with some damage, looking to see what else he'll be able to have. Gravity field on top of the TP. Concept rejoins the fray here, but Supernova do have full HP bars in favor of themselves and will be able to push Revival away from much more.
Yeah, it's a 13,000 gold lead now, but they have now taken out middle inhibitor, so that's going to be minions flooding into their base. Oh, Concept!
Julian looking for it, flashing in. The Headstack ultimatum has been laid out. Concept trying to escape away. Beautiful movement coming out here. Not going to be caught out, but the chase still is in hot pursuit here. But Supernova, they realize they cannot overchase. They have super minions in the base, and they have to go and play some D.
The damage dealers did stay alive and safe enough during that fight that it really dissuaded kind of ending the game. Oh, does that tower break?
The tower breaks.
Oh,
absolutely.
my goodness. Oh, that's a shame.
Absolutely.
That's what you get. That's what you get for chasing, man. That's the punishment.
Greed equals speed. My mantra.
Greed equals speed. Yeah.
I say that to myself at least 20 times inside of every game of League I play, by the way. I see a low HP where I'm like, greed equals speed. Come on, Travi, don't do this again.
I see the opponent blue buff with 2 weak lanes on my side. I'm like, greed equals speed. Don't go steal it. You can't do that.
Yeah.
It's illegal.
I play support, man. I just roam around the map mindlessly.
I also play support. That still holds true. I will take blue buff.
We've all been inspired by watching some of the LCS plays of old, where we've seen the Thresh walk up the blue buff and just auto attack it one time to get the steal. You know, we've all been inspired as a support to have that moment to throw in our highlight reel. But talking about highlight reels, Concept is finding himself reeling after this, as it looks like he is getting jumped onto by 4 members. Will he be able to find a kill on the back end? Shutdown comes over. And Cyber, you've jumped into 4 members of Supernova. Has the spell shield to keep himself healthy, but is looking to just buy some time. Cyber still over here spamming the bee. You know how Cavell feels about the bees as the fear comes out onto the World Ender himself. But Array is laying out so much damage. Cyber cannot turn this around, and he will find himself eventually getting shut down. But the recall's coming through. They lost an inhibitor while all of this was happening inside the jungle.
if you didn't realize, Julian was not there for that fight because his poor support was stuck in topside trying to deny any additional pushing to come through from Lobos and Sudsy and the rest of this team. Where like Concept went down, Cyber was trying to help him out with that ultimate at the end, but really the only thing that those two accomplished was distracting this team to pull the entire top inhibitor, and you give away shutdowns 100% for that. It's not probably going to be much game breaking. You lose a little bit of gold, but now you have 2 lanes on topside that are going to free you up for Baron taking possibility here, as these lanes are going to shove in with the siege minions that are coming down both mid and top. It's going to be really easy to shove out of your revival. You just have to reclaim control here, as you only have about 30 seconds until this Baron is going to be active, and you're going to be trying to grab it. So on this wave, I say you shove out mid, you walk into jungle, take care of the shallow vision, and then just sweep up what you can with this Baron buff, because that'll probably be the end of the game.
Yeah, it looks like it could possibly be just that. It's 22-9.
Pain.
55k to 44k currently, and Revival, all they have left, they've got the ticket in their hands. They just have to punch it in, and this Baron is going to be looking like the stamp they are going to need for them to be able to secure their ticket in the finals. Revival grab it, and now looks like they're looking to just barrel down onto him. The pings are going wild. Is that a Revival? Oh, Paranoia being used. That's the HP almost taken out from Array. They're still looking to continue forward. Chookies has a fantastic magnet pull. Concept laying out the damage. The Tech ultimatum thrown out. Array, you barely got to survive, but Concept is looking to seal fate. Array is going to be the last saving member. He's going to be able to stay alive. Tristana looking to end just that. Cavell goes ahead and backs out. You see Lobos giving the emote, says, I know you're in there. You're gonna have to go down. I'm sorry. Spam the happy cat. And that is going to be Revival picking up game number 4 for them. Putting the series to 3-1. Their ticket to the finals secured.
What an impressive series from Revival. All of their wins looked that's not true. Game 1 and Game 4 Game 2 was a hard coin flip that should have gone in the opposite direction, to be quite honest. They were able to sneak that one away. In Game 3, it wasn't as competitive, but still, Revival to come out and have performances like this was something very, very special. And to play against another top team like this, again, these two being our top 2 rated teams coming into the split, to have to beat one just to get into finals, you know the chip had to be on their shoulder. And what an impressive performance in this day to be able to come out with these compositions, with these strategies, and with their ability to attack Supernova again and again and again with multiple members in multiple games. Big props to Revival.
Yeah, absolutely. To Revival, they did fantastic, and you got to give them shout outs. Game 1, it was a draft that they were able to secure. Game 2, decision making came out to be their strength. Game 3, they don't talk about. Game 4, they took a page from Supernova and said, oh, we could just win and carry that on to the finish line. Rebel, do you have anything you would like to close us out with here on the caster desk, as we're going to look to send it over to the analyst desk here shortly?
I want somebody to count the number of sweat like beads rolling down the face of Pater as they just saw that dominating performance from Revival. But congrats to both teams. Supernova, you had a hell of a run throughout the split, and I'm really proud of how far Revival have come from the first time that I've seen them, and I'm loving seeing them coming into the end of the season. Being able to win something like UPL doesn't sound like much, but coming into the last chance qualifiers, they're going to be coming up in a second. We're ready for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And something I'm ready for is see the beautiful faces of the desk.
And
lads, go ahead and take it away.
Bruh. What?
Oh my!
I joke,
my!
I kid. It's
Come on, man.
Rebel's a all right human being. That's as far as I'll take it.
We take those. On behalf of Rebel Fox, we take
That was a
those.
great guy. Come on, man.
Debatable, but we're not here to talk about Rebel right now. We're here to talk about the Revivals. And firstly, shout out to them for, as always, making my predictions come true, bro. I just can't lose. Like, I'm just so good at this. It's crazy. One might even say it's crazy, bro. It's a shout out to y'all, bro. It's just that easy. But Peter, let's start off with you, homie. And let's talk specifically because we mentioned the early game the entire day here, but this early game is one that finally shook things up.
Yeah, basically, Revival hasn't really, or neither team has done really anything level 1. No invades, no getting anything spicy, nothing like that. And game 4, when they're on match point, and this is Supernova needs to win, let's throw in an invade. Revival basically just surprises them. They're clearly just not ready for it. Aatrox stands at the wrong side of the bush, or even really in the bush. It's better just to stand in river unless you think they're going to go over the wall. But just clearly not ready. Holds Flash a bit too long. And having a Nocturne start with 1 kill sets your game up pretty well.
Yeah, who would have guessed? Powerful jungler like that getting an early kill, extra 400 gold. It's pretty good. It is pretty
Shocker.
good.
Not bad at all.
and-
Yeah.
Oh no, and the best part is it didn't really stop from there. Revival, especially Cyber, it just kept that train rolling all the way throughout that entire early game. We saw plays made bot, we saw plays made mid, and it was just to allow both Cyber and Lobos to get ahead here. And like you just see another example, Cyber gets to walk down, even though he's a level behind. It's fine because Lobos is playing Tristana, and it's just
so free, bro. Like, let's just come right out and say it here, beat that. Look,
hire me as a coach.
Tristana is so good. We're saying it almost the entire day. Either ban it or pick it straight up. And the first time that on blue side, they pick it right away, and it just makes sense, right? But
Crazy.
one big point, gentlemen, I do want to get across here. Our MVP for the series, although we didn't see them on the replays, we do want to point out it's going to be Sudsy. Man, this guy was just so good. Although game 3 was a little bit questionable, but if we get past all of that, right? In 1 and 2, he did his fantastic job being a mid lane carry. And game 3, he was all over. Sorry, game 4, sorry, he was all across the map and more. Yeah, let's just forget game 3 even happened.
Hey,
Aurelia,
he was all across the map in game 3 too. Just not in a good way.
Yeah, you know, all across the map from the fountain and back. Whatever.
That's right.
It's not the point here, though. But yet again, GG's to Revival and Supernova for giving us a fantastic series, an exciting one. Now, we can say some things happened, but I know that I had a smile on my face for a lot of those times because that was genuinely fun. Now, with this, your friend Supernova will drop down in the losers bracket and go for the 3rd place qualifier match going up against GMU, which you will see next Thursday. But, Pater, that means you're going up against Revival next Friday, friend. How you feeling?
I mean, after I saw Sudsy's Aurelia, I'm not worried. I'm just going to say that.
Oh, okay. All right. Respects. So, with all that, we do want to thank you for coming on as well. That's your Pater, man. Good luck to you and your team going into next week. And we'll see you in the finals. Beatdown Boulevard, as always. Appreciate you being the Destiny, my brother. Thank you, man. You're so great.
Bro, I got you. I'm looking the wrong way.
There you go.
Every time, man. Every time. I will get it one day.
Still got to look at the winning side over here.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I'm foreshadowing. I'm leaking.
Just a bit of a foreshadow. Yeah, not bad.
I mean, we're gonna find out. I'm not gonna call anything as of yet. Of course, thank you to our casters as always, Travesty and Rebel Fox, I guess. And of course, our production staff. Hey, it's me and Hypertech for making us look good always. Now, with that being said, here though, friends, I'm Ravishing Gravis, the most ravishing man on the internet. We'll catch you next week for the 3rd place match in the finals. Till then, we'll see you back here on Upsurge. Take care. Peace.